you can see us, but this is the Freedom Footprint Show, Bitcoin Infinity Day live 2023 special. I think we're live.
I think so. I'm just checking the YouTube channel here so that we are actually live, but we seem to be.
We seem to be. Thanks everyone for joining us a little bit early. Knut, did you want to say a few words?
I want to say Happy Infinity Day, everyone.
Happy Infinity Day.
This is, for those of you that don't know, this is Ioni Appelberg, author of Abundance Through Scarcity and animator extraordinaire who helped me make the Everything Divided by 21 Million video, or actually he made the video, I just wrote the bloody thing. So, and we're live here from Stockholm, from the offices of BTCX. I'm just going to turn down the sound on my mobile as well. I encourage you two guys to do that too.
That is done.
So, yeah, okay.
I'm prepared. I'm actually
You're prepared. Yeah, I'm not as usual. But we have a great show coming up today. A lot of good guests. So we're just testing out the technicals here.
Yeah, we have an excellent lineup. I'm really looking forward to seeing all this.
Yeah,
so I won't be in this chair for the entire event, but I'm looking forward to be here as much as possible.
Yes, I'll tell you to fuck off whenever needed.
I'm looking forward to that as well.
And we have a bunch of people, about 40 people mingling out here in the office, and they'll be offered hot dogs and beers. So I think they're enjoying themselves out there. Maybe we can reach them. So people in the other room, are you watching the stream and can you hear us? Can you make some noise for us, please?
Okay, well,
there's a lag here. I know that. So, Ioni, would you please fuck off and check so that they're actually watching the show in there?
Happy to.
Yeah. So you can come back right after that. So we'll see what's going on.
Sounds good. And in the meantime here, I guess maybe we can also mention like.
We just heard them.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey!
Perfect.
So now we know the lag is about half a minute.
Yeah, okay, so there's a lag.
All right.
That's fine.
That's nice.
That's fine, yeah.
Oh,
and there's unfortunately there's no one with me at Freedom Footprint Show headquarters here in Helsinki, and I couldn't make the trip to Stockholm this time. I know it's close, but you know, physical locations, distributed networks, etc. But
yes.
Yeah. Hey, we're here, we're live. Thanks again, everyone, for joining us. And maybe also the first thing to mention here is that we've moved to a new channel. Big thank you, first of all, to Consensus Network for all the great collaboration and for being the platform for us for our first year. But we've now decided to take the show onto our own new channel. So if you haven't already, please do subscribe to the channel when you log on and watch this wonderful live stream. So, and share it around as well if you haven't already, because we're hoping to get a nice turnout. And we've intentionally been keeping our guest list a secret as well. So you have no idea who's coming, but we do. So that's exciting.
Look, I don't think we have an idea. We have an idea, but we don't actually know who's coming and who's not coming, right?
No, that's pretty true.
And
this is a very long event, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and I've invited some other guests without your knowledge of it as well, Luke, and we'll see what happens, who pops in.
If people pop in, they pop in, yeah. And please do also say hi in the chat. Let us know if you have any ideas of if you have a question when someone's on. Feel free to put that in the chat as well. Yeah, we'll do our best to accommodate. So, yeah, we're about 10 minutes away from I guess our first slot or the official live, but this is just the pre-show for the warm up. But maybe Knut, did you want to take us through a little bit about what Infinity Day is all about, what Infinity Day means to you?
Yeah, I'm just gonna tweet out the link and tell people that we're live.
Knut's not good at multitasking.
No, yeah, I can't do it.
Ioni, why don't you tell us, what does Infinity Day mean to you?
Well, it has become a day of celebration, but that is not how it originated. It all started with an article. Should we tell the origin story, Knut?
Yeah, we should. But
Yes.
As I said, I cannot.
Yeah, I'm just looking for approval. I'm not looking for your participation. So it all started with Knut shilling one of his articles to me, and I read it and I found it quite illuminating. And from that article, he was. What happened now?
It's just the HDMI cable that's a bit glitchy.
Good.
Don't worry about it. We've got this.
So the idea that he illuminated in this article was that in an economy, you have a certain amount of money, and that money represents all of the economic goods in a society. And if you have an absolutely fixed amount of money, then as the economy grows, as the economy expands, that monetary supply will have to absorb all the new economic value. And in an hyper-Bitcoinized economy, that means that the 21 million Bitcoins will represent all of the economic value that exists on planet Earth. And by extension, that also means that the purchasing power of Bitcoin will continue to grow forever, in perpetuity, because as a species, we will continue to create economic goods. That is what we do. We are engineers, we are innovators, and as we innovate and as we expand the economy, the purchasing power of the monetary supply will continue to grow. And from that argument, I designed this logo.
Yes. So we could, and I took all the credit for it. So,
but I find it kind of interesting, just being in the shadows of this and sort of knowing that my role in all of this, that I designed this logo and so on. And a few people know that, and I find it quite. It's fun. I like being in the shadows in that sense. And I've been as a Bitcoiner. I have been lurking for ages now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in school of.
You've been hidden under a rock.
I've been hidden. I'm actually school of 2015, and I've been writing stuff and doing stuff for a long time.
And doing excellent videos before you met me as well.
Yes.
Yes, that's how I found you.
Yeah, exactly.
So I was a fan of yours before you were a fan of mine, I think.
That might be true, because you knew about me before I knew about you.
Yeah.
And then you reached out, and since then you are by far my closest Bitcoin friend, and I truly appreciate that. And now my Bitcoin network has it's growing.
As it should.
Luke and I are also very tight at this point. We had a great time in Prague. He's a much better chess player than me, so so I still I can't really
challenge you both.
Yes, please do challenge him first, make him tired, tire him out, and then I can fight him.
Ioni, the feeling is mutual. I've enjoyed our chess games. I enjoyed that we had a common hobby. So
yes,
yeah,
I enjoy it.
Two common hobbies.
Yes. What's the other one?
Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, that one.
That one as well.
So yeah, the article. The thing about the article is I wrote this thing in my underwear on my sofa, and I fell asleep immediately afterwards.
Should we be in our underwear just in honor of the Infinity Day?
Well, people can't tell if we are or not. So,
exactly.
So don't give
I might
it away.
I might be.
But yeah, I found everything divided on underwear in Prague, by the way.
Really?
Pirated underwear. But
awesome.
I don't believe in intellectual property, so it's not really pirated, is it? But so I wrote the article and fell asleep afterwards. I usually read through the article again and check for errors and stuff, but I thought, fuck it, I'll just send it. And I sent it to, and thought nothing of it, and sent it to Hodlonaut for publication in Citadel 21 magazine, and then it was published, and I sent it to Ioni, and we, after that, before you made the video, Guy Swan read it on his Bitcoin Audible podcast. And after having been to a Bitcoin steak dinner and meetup in Copenhagen, I was walking back to my hotel and I got a notification in my phone, and there was the Guy Swan episode. So I listened to that on my way back, and I thought, holy shit, this is probably the best thing I've ever written, or I've written so far. So that's why I sent it to you. And in the article is this sentence: imagine everything there is divided by 21 million. And that became a thing. So I had to write the book afterwards as well. So
it became a meme, and it became a lot more than a meme.
Yeah, it became its own entity here in the Bitcoin space, and we're all happy for that.
One could say that it is the most successful meme in the Bitcoin space to date.
Yeah,
and memes are incredibly undervalued. I mean, it is the best tool that we have to propagate ideas amongst each other. And I think that the memification of ideas is it's an ancient thing.
Yeah.
It has existed for eons, but since meme became a thing
on the internet, you mean?
On the internet, yes, we have sort of they were sort of we have perceived memes as something being not very serious, something goofy, something like watching cat pictures and so on. But that's not what memes are all about. Memes are about ideas.
Yeah, the word meme was coined by Richard Dawkins in the book The Selfish Gene from 1976, where he compares memes to genes and DNA that they propagate and self-reproduce in.
Exactly.
They replicate in the same manner. So ideas are like genes in that sense. They have an evolutionary aspect to them.
They're cultural genes. The genes of our culture.
For the longest time, I was a bit embarrassed by the equation because, I thought to holy shit, am I going to be known for an equation that makes absolutely no mathematical sense whatsoever? But I thought about it for a while, and I realized that no equation ever made mathematical sense at the time it was discovered to most other people.
That is so interesting.
Because this equation makes no mathematical sense, but it makes a whole lot of mimetic sense.
Yes.
And that's what it is. It's the shortest way you can explain Bitcoin to a person with 5 characters. A tilted 8, a line, a 2, a 1, and an M.
And I think it really encapsulates the fundamental aspects of Bitcoin that sets it apart from every other monetary system that has ever existed in history.
Absolutely. So we're here to celebrate that. And Bitcoin Infinity Day started as an idea 2 years ago. This whole equation and everything is one of the things that made me take the leap of faith or leap of reason off the cliff and do Bitcoin stuff full time. And the first thing I did is I went to a conference in Mexico that Ugly Old Goat organized with a bunch of other Bitcoiners, and got the idea for Bitcoin Infinity Day there and announced it on August the 3rd, 2 years ago. And just a couple of days after, FractalEncrypt showed me his prototype for this new art piece he'd been working on, the Infinity Keys. Maybe you've seen them. Can we bring them up on screen somehow, Luke? Are you?
Well, I think actually, so you're very good to be well into this story, but I think now we're pretty much hitting our top start time, and I have a feeling you'll get a chance to talk about that story a little bit later. So I think since we are less than a minute away from the turn of the hour, maybe we should show our experimental new intro clip here. And then I see we also have our first guest about to join us as well. So,
oh, excellent.
Let's do it.
More to come.
This is our new intro. All right, and so that's our new intro.
I wasn't dancing at all.
You like it? Good. And here we have our first guest joining us today, our good friend, and we've kept him up way too late. Oh, and here we go. Look at this. We've got the whole gang, the Dunworths.
Oh, these are some of my best Australian friends, the brothers Dunworth, Peter and Michael. Welcome to the Freedom Show and welcome to the Infinity Day special. Great to see you. What's the time down there?
We're working at midnight.
Midnight. Yeah. Good to hear.
Well, thanks so much, guys, for joining us. And you know, we're big fans of yours. We've had a great time partying on our show before, and thanks so much for doing this, for coming along. And you know, this is technically also, if I'm correct, like you've just turned the day into the 21st, right? So we're ringing it in with you guys. Is that correct? Oh, can't hear Peter, unfortunately.
We've been partying all day.
You've been partying all day. Good to hear.
All day.
Perfect.
You know what's funny? Knut, I was just thinking, this whole date formatting question around the world where the entire world uses day, month, year, except for the US. I'm thinking, oh my goodness, the meme, the man, the legend could be responsible for inverting the rest of the world to the US format.
No, but you only write the date the wrong way on this particular day. The other 364 days, you write it properly again, please, people. How you been, guys? Everything good? How's it going with the BTC Advisor project, Peter? I heard you recently started collaborating with Izzy and the Amber app.
We sure have. It's going really well. I've got to say it's difficult creating that awareness around what collaborative custody is or some of the benefits to it. And I've got to say it's really well received. And we think it's, to tell you the truth, I'm shocked at how well it's been received. So we've got plenty of interest, lots of people calling in and asking for help. And my number one priority, probably much like yours, is to watch Bitcoins just filter off exchanges, because I don't want to see another FTX style blow up. And I don't know about you, but I'm starting to smell an FTX style blow up with one of the big boys at the moment. So let's hope we don't see that.
But in the long run, we do want that. We want the purge to happen, right?
The purge is ongoing.
Yeah, the purge is ongoing.
It's ongoing.
The bullshit is going away. This is signal finding its way through noise.
The signal is finding its way. The thing about the purge is it's not a one-time thing. It's always under the surface happening. It's just when we look back at this time in a few decades, we are going to see all of these exchanges and all these crypto projects go extinct in a very short time.
Yes, and shortly followed by banks, central banks, and nation states, and it'll be fun to watch that. Bring the popcorn. So Bitcoin Infinity Day is a celebration of Bitcoin's infinite potential. And what does that mean to you guys? Let's start with you, Peter. What does that mean to you personally? Because value is subjective, right? So what does it mean to you?
You know what, I talk about the number go up a lot, but for me, you know, Bitcoin Infinity Day, the infinite potential really talked about the infinite potential of the human spirit. And this is where I think Bitcoin changes you. And, you know, if I think about the personal changes I've been through with Bitcoin, thanks to my brother over here for getting me into it, I've got to say, if that can have a such a profound effect on me and everyone else it touches. I'm like, oh my goodness, humanity is in a really good spot. Like, we have got so much to be to look forward to. So that's what it represents for me.
And how about you, Michael? What does Bitcoin's infinite potential mean to you? Like, how do you view it?
You know what? Here's what I reckon. I think it's about getting on the same page, and we could never be on the same page because we've never been reading from the same book. And I think Bitcoin's the book. So that's really awesome. If we've all got the same book, finally, we can actually turn to the same page, whether that's about how a financial system should operate economically, or it's a value system, whatever it is, it should be, it's a unifier in a different sort of field. So this is like a unifier of economics. It's almost, if we call it perfect economics and this ledger never breaks, then, theoretically, that's the most perfect economical system we've had because it lives the longest. So I think that's sort of it. It's the book. It's the book. It's the ledger. We're all scribbling in it.
And we're all reading from page 21, I guess.
I think so.
Yeah.
Excellent, guys. Excellent. And hey, thanks so much again for coming in the middle of the night for you guys. We unfortunately had to give Australia the short end here, but unfortunately we couldn't record any other time. But you guys are absolute legends for coming on with us. What else is going on? You said you were partying all day. What was this? Was this your Infinity Day party, or what was this for?
Yeah.
Perfect. And
so the closest I could get to infinity was to stand between two mirrors facing each other, and then just watch that. Have you guys done that?
Peter, I think you said something very interesting there about the human spirit. That really touches my ground in Bitcoin quite a lot. I'm not sure if you're familiar with any of the work that I've done, but I sort of come at Bitcoin from the philosophical perspective, and I try to look at how it changes humanity and how it changes society in the long term. That is what I try to investigate and explore as much as possible. And I think it's very important to realize now in bearish times to remember our purpose here. I mean, our purpose here goes beyond riches and comfort. We are here because Bitcoin will help us shield humanity against poverty, oppression, surveillance, and all the things that are bad with our current society. And when you just use the words human spirit, how it improves human spirit, I think that is a very aligned perspective, and I really like that. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, me too. Of course, that's like the thing here. Away from quantity and convert to quality.
And that's that's a rule of life that sort of percolates every facet of life.
Yeah.
We need quality over quantity, whether it is in going to the gym, having partners, studying, exercising, writing articles, everything.
You know what's interesting, Ioni, on that? We've got a saying in the business, value is remembered long after price is forgotten. And that fundamentally is what Bitcoin is. Come for the number, go up, and then stay for the revolution. And the revolution starts inside before it starts outside. So,
Yes. Yeah, couldn't agree more.
Well, deep, boys.
Hey,
I think philosophically, like you're saying, like it is a human spirit thing, 100%. It's persistence, and like there's all these saying, persistence overcomes resistance, all this sort of stuff. But a persistent distributed system, which is what Bitcoin is. That's when you think about it, that's what we are as well. We are a persistent because we keep going, because we always have thoughts and energy. We keep going, and it's sort of the same thing, and everyone says this. Like if you're doing you do a marathon and you run past people can say one thing to you. They don't ask you what the time is. They don't ask you what you had for breakfast. They said, keep going, you got this. And it's all this kind of, if I can give people one snippet of information at the time, it's always this one of persistence and like moving forward. And I think that's just what the blockchain, like that's literally what the Bitcoin blockchain does. It just sort of slugs along just every 10 minutes, like a slug kind of wiggling along. And it just does its thing. It's unfazed by anyone else. And that, talking philosophically, I actually think that's the beautiful thing is it's a demonstration of like, holy fuck, something can be untainted by a whole lot of like cooks in the kitchen. Do you know what I mean? And it's sort of this really stubborn thing. And it's like, wow, I didn't know stubbornness to this level existed. And so now people are setting their watches to this clock like, hey, I like the cut of this guy's jib. And this guy's jib, by the way, is just sort of toxic maximalism, if you want to call it that, saying, go fuck yourself with new rules. This is how it is. And like, speaking about these rule systems, if you think about Bitcoin, I always think about it sort of like it's Satoshi's baby. And he sort of left it at a fire station. Like, let's say he left it at a fire station and he said, hey, guys, I really love this baby. Here's the sort of rules that I want the baby to grow up around. And it's like, I want him to grow up around the color blue or, red, whatever it is in his room. I don't know. But it's this set of rules. And that's basically what the protocol is. So it's, the difficulty adjustments, the amount of coins issued, all this stuff. And so when people start tinkering with it, it's like, hey, get your mitts off my baby kind of thing. Or not your baby, but it's everyone's baby. And we're kind of like the godparents where he's kind of given it to everyone and said, oi, just don't break it, you idiots. And we're going, yes, boss. And we're trying to sort of not break it. And everyone kind of goes, no, this needs to work for me. And no, I've got a better idea. I can outsmart. It's like, shut the fuck up, guys. Just anyway. So yeah, just sort of to add to the human spirit comment.
Yeah, the thing, Michael, is that Bitcoin is it is truth, and truth will always exist in the background regardless of the noise. You can't change truth. Truth will always exist. It's like a mathematical truth. It will be present in the universe regardless of all the noise, and it will continue to exist until people actually understand it and it is revealed. So it will be there as a fundamental constant of society and the universe. Satoshi discovered absolute mathematical scarcity, and that, for all intents and purposes, can be considered a new law of nature. It's a law of economics, it's a law of nature, it's a law of the universe, it's a mathematical law. And it didn't exist before. Well, it has always existed, but it was unveiled through Satoshi. So he is in
the
sculptor,
that regard, like the sculptor and the statue. The statue always existed. The sculptor just reveals it.
Yeah. You know that talk we had about Oppenheimer, Michael, and the atomic bomb, and it's so.
Oh, it's this Michael.
Yes, it's that Michael.
Hi, Michael.
So I'm thinking of putting that into an article and have Ioni animate a video for that, because I think that would be a spectacular video.
Oh, in terms of the amount of energy displaced between
exactly.
Versus...
So here's the thing, Michael. Yesterday, when we were here prepping this thing, Knut told me about a conversation he had with you then about drawing a comparison between.
Yeah, don't give it all away.
I won't give it away. Okay, so we know.
So you'll have to watch the whole episode, and
yes.
Don't spill the beans on this.
We know it. So now we have a recipe for a new video, and I'm really excited about it. I thought the idea when Knut showed the idea to me, I was immediately on board. I think it's a great idea, and it really deserves its own video. So
I think it's great when you think about it like energy. If you think everything is energy, right, and everything is operating on a different sort of frequency of energy, which means like a digital cryptographic signature is still an electrical current, just like I'm an electrical current, just like my computer is. So if we stop thinking about sort of like surface layer stuff, we think, all right, we're all electricity. When you put it into this sort of this field, like it kind of makes everything a lot more simpler to understand, I think. And like, so when you treat digital cryptographic signatures like real sort of, it has a physical amount of energy associated with it. You start realizing that all these little ones and zeros are actually moving a whole lot around on the surface layer outside of the blockchain. It's kind of like an earthquake, if you want to think of it like that. The earth shakes under the ground, but it has this huge effect on the surface layer. So it's kind of like this, like whatever. Hello, Filip. So
we have our next guest.
Yeah, so Michael, I totally support the current thing, the alternating current thing, that is. You know.
Hey, I like that. That's cool.
I support the current thesis.
That's very, very Serbian of you.
The dad jokes are starting a bit too early.
Oh.
And just welcome, Philip. Thanks so much for joining us. And guys, Peter, Michael, you're welcome to stick around as long as you like. I know it's late, but first let's welcome Philip.
Hey guys.
Hey, Philip, what's up?
Hi, Philip.
Good to see you, Philip. How you been?
Yeah, not bad. I'm here in Belgrade. It's hot, and just speaking to you guys. I'm really interested by your name, Luke, by the headquarters of where you are right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm in Helsinki. This is where I'm from. This is the PseudoFinn. So
is obviously the abbreviation for the Danish Dyslexics Society, and so that's why we chose that abbreviation to tell everyone that our headquarters are in Helsinki now, and we're here in Stockholm at the offices of BTCX. And we have a crowd out here of around 40 people, maybe.
I'd say.
Yeah. Noise in the moment, aren't they?
Not bad.
Yeah. So, Philip, we're celebrating Bitcoin Infinity Day today, and to remind people of Bitcoin's infinite potential. Can you pick the right face, Luke? And so, what does that mean to you? What does Bitcoin's infinite potential mean to you? And what?
It means having infinite or endless fun with you while being,
I like that answer.
while stacking a scarce asset like Bitcoin. So yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to all that fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, no, I think really when I first read your book, when I first met you in Miami last year, I've actually got your book here. You actually signed it. I mean, this is quite the. Is that in the right way around?
No, but that's okay.
To His Royal Highness Prince Philip, some emperors actually do have clothes. Signed Knut.
Not always, though. Yeah.
Not always. I had to get changed before this podcast. So, yeah, when I actually read your book last summer for the first time, and it really hit hard. It was a fantastic read, and that whole thing about that the current system, the current Keynesian system of let's call it of infinite growth with that turns our supplies into scarce assets can be flipped around with Bitcoin, meaning that if you have infinite growth, infinite money, easy money turns our assets scarce. Where if you have scarce money, it will ultimately turn our assets to abundance. Therefore, we save more. We actually take what we need now and not squander the future, not discount the future so much as the current ridiculous, ludicrous Keynesian model does at these days. So I'm really quite bullish and positive about the whole, about Bitcoin in general.
Aren't we all? And speaking of naked emperors, I always. When I recommend books, I always recommend The Emperor's New Clothes and 1984 first, because if you read those two, you can understand what's going on in the world
today.
Yeah.
I think I'd also add a Brave New World, Huxley's Brave New World, because I think it's a bit of a mix of 84 and Huxley, and also Anne Rind was quite right in.
She was onto something.
She was
on something. Yeah.
I think it's very interesting that 1984 and Brave New World, they are both coming to fruition. They are both taking place. They're both happening now in the world, and I think that the reasoning back then was that, like, you have either or, but we're seeing now that both worlds exist simultaneously, and it's more dystopian than both Huxley and Orwell would have imagined.
In a way, yes. Have you seen that town square in Barcelona called Plaza Orwell, where they have a Zona Videovigilada sign just above the sign for the square?
I have not seen
There's a
that.
big
That's brilliant.
camera watching the square. I love that. Either the person who put the camera up there had a sense of humor, or he had absolutely no sense of humor. Yeah.
Do you think Orwell and Huxley would have been Bitcoiners?
100%.
It depends on when in their lives, though, because Orwell started out as sort of a commie, right? But,
yeah, he was a bit of a socialist, actually.
Yeah, and then he visited some commie countries, and then he changed his mind, as one does. Yeah.
He even wrote on one because I know this because I posted this a couple 2-3 years ago in some partisan magazine review. He actually wrote a really favorable piece about how monarchy is one of the better forms of governance. So I was quite impressed by that. And during his socialist days.
Yeah.
Do you want to expand on that a little bit? We got into that when we had you on the show the first time, but yeah. Your views on monarchy maybe is a little bit of a wide topic, but
yeah, I mean, being a prince trying to talk favorably about monarchy, it's I might be a little bit biased, but here we go. It does seem quite ludicrous in this day and age, but I believe the monarchy has a time and place for definitely has its time and place today. I think it has a lot of parallels with Bitcoin. Firstly, it's low time preference philosophy that, as we know very well, Bitcoin, which it's about saving for the future, I guess. It's not about squandering today and not about instant gratification, about saving what we have and working for a better future. Well, similar principles exist in monarchy, where decisions are made that have to last for a while. So decisions have to be done correctly and thought over, because the monarch will have to bear the consequences of his decisions for generations. It could be the end of his family. So monarchies tend to be much more stable in that sense. The other thing is the strong need for strong individual property rights. Bitcoin is all about individual property rights. I mean, that's what they are taking away from us through endless printing of money. It's inflation. They are taking away our property, our hard-earned money. It's been taken away by the whim of a keystroke that just creates infinite amount of money. And I don't have to explain anymore. Well, with monarchies as well, it's the whole idea of the strong about individual property rights is that a monarch wants to make sure that everyone's property is protected. He has exactly what he needs and has not exactly, but he has enough. The monarch has enough. He doesn't need to squander from the public at all. And if he takes too much from the public, from his people, then that could cause a revolution, could cause an upheaval, and he can be taken down. So there's that respect that he has what he needs, and he has to make sure that the population are happy with what they have and their property is protected. Otherwise, that could upset the system. So there's those parallels.
Yeah, Philip, I'd just like to say that I don't think you should be too embarrassed being, promoting monarchy and being the potential heir to a throne. It's no more strange than a lesbian woman promoting feminism, really.
No.
Is it?
Any comments here, Peter or Michael?
I tend to agree with Philip in that it probably solves, in what we're seeing in Western democracies, it feels like last of days that everyone is having a total land grab, getting what they can before the system implodes. And to your points about longer time preferences with a monarchy who's got to fulfill, generations in front of him or them, I think that's a big thing. And I think also monarchies have the potential to avoid a tragedy of the commons, which is basically a land grab, which is what we're seeing right now, I think, in the West. Everyone is literally just having a go at it. Let me go from the top. I won't comment on the US, but, the political system there. But if you look at the financial system, you've had 2 Federal Reserve board members fired because they were insider trading. I'm like, these guys are stinking rich to start with. They're on the most trusted, financial institution on earth, and they still can't help themselves to try and get a little bit extra. I'm like, this is crazy. So anyway, I think there's some validity. I think there's a lot of validity to that because of the longer time preference. So I'm good.
The ultimate insider trader is the guy who gets to decide on the monetary supply, of course. There's no bigger insider than that. There can't be, by definition. So, yeah, there's that, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, I think FractalEncrypt wanted to drop in, right, Luke? Shall we bring him
we
on?
do in fact have Fractal. So, are you guys at Peter?
I might duck out and say hooray. If that's okay. Philip, pleasure to meet you.
Likewise,
thank you so much.
See you
Thank
too.
you so much.
Enjoy the rest of your winter.
Thank you very much for having me, guys. Have a great day.
You too,
Thanks,
Michael.
Thanks again. And with that, let's bring Fractal on. Unless Philip, did you have anything else you wanted to quickly cover with us, or can we bring Fractal on and hear the origin
bring
story?
him on, and I'll check myself out at some.
No, you can stick around for as long as you want.
Just for a little bit, yeah.
Sounds
Just
great.
for a little longer, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Well, hey, we got FractalEncrypt here, and Fractal. Let's see if this works, because we've tried your audio visuals before. Can you hear us? Uh-oh.
Yeah, Fractal's visuals are usually not that great, but his audio is usually fine. So, are you there, Fractal? Are you with us?
We can't hear you. We can't
hear
you.
you. So maybe you just need to unmute yourself or something easy like that.
He's going to come back and rejoin. I think we'll give this a try. Yeah. So
I'm still here.
Exactly.
Yes,
in the meantime, Philip, what's been going on? How is everything going at Gen 3 with you personally?
It's coming along. We're working on a few on could be a couple of tickets for the future in terms of nation states. Obviously, we can't mention anything, but we're slowly chugging away. Bear market's always very difficult, but there's interest out there. There is interest.
Is Samson a monarchist by this point?
That's a good question, actually. I think if it would mean that it would be good for Bitcoin, then yeah, he's a monarchist.
Yeah.
Can I ask you on that note, Philip? What will Bitcoin mean for monarchy in a century?
Ooh, I think that Bitcoin will, under Bitcoin standard, we will have houses.
We'll all be kings.
Yes, we will all be kings. That's it. Exactly. We will have houses being created again. We will have maybe old houses being restored. We will have a more decentralized world, I believe. And we will have, I think, monarchical type structures all over the world. So I think Bitcoin will create that beautiful decentralized bottom-up world that with the occasional top-down monarch here and there, protecting the peace, protecting the family values, traditions, cultures, and so forth.
Yes.
Yeah,
creating a bottom-up world with some top-down. Instead of the reverse, where the world is basically top-down and there are some few projects that are bottom-up.
Yeah.
Just revert that equation, and also, as you said, protecting property, protecting culture, protecting.
Yeah, I wrote a thing about that we all, in theory at least, we all have the capacity now to dub our children into little lords and ladies, because we can have generational wealth now, which in the long run, as I see it, means that those most responsible for their heritage will outcompete those more reckless in the long run. So we have a functioning feudal system that is not polluted by politics.
Exactly, one that incentivized responsibility over anything else, really.
Yeah, Bitcoin really does that to people. it teaches you responsibility and it requires responsibility.
Oh, here he is. Fractal, welcome. Can we hear you now? And can you hear us?
Good day. Can you hear me, gentlemen?
We can hear you.
Fantastic.
Welcome.
Hi,
Oh,
Fractal.
fantastic. Philip, good to see you again.
You too. Well, at least see
What I
a
bring.
see a fractal of you at least.
Yes. Well, I'm
Fractal,
glad to be
welcome-
here.
welcome.
Sorry about the technical difficulties there, guys. Sometimes it's always wonder if any of us tech people know how to use a computer.
Well, being a NIM, I think, makes some things easier, makes some things harder, right? So that's,
Sure.
yeah. Hey, I think, Knut, do you want to ask our now traditional question?
Yes. So we go way back at this point, Fractal, and I know we've asked our guests here what Bitcoin's infinite potential means to them and what Bitcoin Infinity Day means to them. So I'll just pose the question: what does Bitcoin Infinity Day mean to you? Because you have an actual quite interesting history with this day.
Wow. Well, I mean, I'm not really even sure where to start with this. I guess with the infinite, it doesn't really matter since it goes forward and backwards infinitely. So I guess we could just start anywhere. But I mean, to me, Bitcoin is one of those, it's like an infinite mystery generator, and it's actually, again, it's something that exists today and we imagine may exist, into infinity. I did the little future looking comic book thing, and it really kind of takes us from where we are today and what these first principles things that we're confronted with, these questions of who are we, what is sovereignty, what is freedom, what is money, what is time, these type of questions kind of being put to us now are something that I think humans will be asking themselves in the future as well. So this is something that relates. I mean, infinity is always an interesting concept to me. I really love just thinking about it because it's confusing. So I don't know. I think that there's just so much there. There's just infinite questions. I mean, Bitcoin itself creates infinite questions. It basically presents every 10 minutes a new mystery for people to solve, and then with that mystery, it grants the solver pretty much a life-changing reward, and every 10 minutes it gives a new mystery with a new life-changing reward, and it just continues to do this until for the next 100+ years, and then after that it's a mystery what happens going forward. So the mysteries of the infinite just really kind of tie me into some of this. I mean, everybody loves a good mystery. Once you solve the mystery, it's less interesting. So
yeah, but in 2021, on August the 3rd, I believe, I announced Bitcoin Infinity Day for the first time. And just a couple of days after, you came to me with a prototype of an art piece, which is the one on screen now in your profile. So can you give us the story, your perspective on that story? Like what happened there, and what is the Bitcoin Infinity keys, and how did they come about, and where did they end up?
Sure. Yeah, the Bitcoin Infinity keys was actually one of those really weird things that just kind of came out of nowhere and then just surprised me in how it came into reality and kind of where it went as well. I was actually working on one of the Bitcoin full node sculptures. I had just completed number 7, which is a fully mirrored version. It was the first time I'd ever really done a sculpture out of mirrors, and it took a lot of learning. There's always a learning curve with some of this stuff, so I like to push myself into directions where I don't actually know what I'm going to do and if I can pull it off. So after doing the mirrored version number 7, I wanted to do number 8 with some colored mirrors, and I just wasn't sure how it was going to look. You don't want things to look cheesy or tacky or something like that. So I always like to do tests. So I just did what I thought was kind of a throwaway design. I think I even emailed Knut and said, hey, I did this little throwaway thing. What do you think? He's like, dude, are you kidding me? So yeah, I did this thing. I just thought, it's just a little quick design, because I could just cut squares and then start applying them together and see how they look layered and just see if that looked good. But I think it's not as illustrative to me as actually doing a design. So I made a little design that said, fuck your shitcoin. And I kind of made a little video of that. And the guy that actually purchased number 8, who's protagonist for now, he's actually on Twitter still, and he said, oh man, those things are so cool. you should do an infinity key one and give it to Knut. I was like, oh man, that's like a super cool idea. Let's see if I could pull that off. And that was like July of 2021. So Infinity Day, which was going to be the first one ever, was kind of coming up relatively soon. And I'm not really quick with art. I tend to be slow with stuff. So that kind of felt like a little bit of a push there. And honestly, like to actually make that first key, I don't think I was done until about maybe 10 a.m. on the day of Infinity Day when I actually sent it to him. I said, okay, this is what I got. Is it cool? And he's like, yeah. So we went ahead and, pushed it out. And now it's the picture I have here on my screen or my little avatar. And I think that gives the basis of the how it came about.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing said "fuck your shitcoin" before it had the equation on it, right?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I'm actually traveling right now to a Bitcoin maximalist conference. I'm like in New Orleans. I'm like 1,000 miles from home and 1,000 miles from my destination, or 500 miles from my destination. So I stopped in New Orleans last night just to kind of I actually wanted to be somewhere so I could join up for this live stream. So I was like, okay, I need to be somewhere where there's internet. And I was just going to stop anywhere on the side of the road. But I just ended up being in New Orleans, and I like lucked into like a place right in the French Quarter. And this place is so like wild and insane. And like, there's just cool art places and little nooks and crannies to go to everywhere. So I've just been really like enjoying this. But like the whole reason that I'm on the way to this Bitcoin maximalist conference was to display some art, because they specifically said there's no shit coins, no NFTs, none of that. So I was like, okay, this is great. I want to like, support this type of an event. So it's BitBlock Boom. If anybody's going out there in Texas, like I'll see y'all there. I got a brand new sculpture I'm going to be revealing there. I'm actually going to be revealing it today for Bitcoin Infinity Day. It's got a whole bunch of Knut's I don't know what you'd call them, idioms, or like he called them brain farts, but I think that's a terrible description of what they are. So I've and some of those, like, it's just like things just kind of end up, because when the way that I do art, I just kind of make stuff and see how it goes. So like some of the things just end up there, and I didn't really intend for that. My original design didn't have an infinity divided by 21 million, but the actual piece now it does. So it's like, some of these things, and it really doesn't matter what you thought trying to get there. It really just matters what you have in the end, your end result. So, I'm excited to reveal that later.
Nice. Good to hear. And is there a Bitcoin scene in New Orleans at all? Have you looked for it?
I didn't get a chance. I kind of came in late last night, and my mission was to find like an old bookstore. And so I just wandered around, and this, honestly, like, the area is kind of like crazy, and I wasn't really sure what I was getting myself into, but I did end up in a really awesome little old bookstore, and I just had so much fun. It was like way better than just stopping off on the side of the road. I didn't find the Bitcoin scene here, but I'm sure it's awesome. It seems like a cool little town.
Well, nice, and good luck at the conference, and all the best, and have fun at BitBlock Boom.
Thank you, man.
We have another Prince in the house, the walking orange pill dispenser, Mr. Daniel Prince. Welcome to the Infinity Day special.
Thanks, man. Good to be here. Cheers, everybody. We're drinking beers, right? On Bitcoin.
Yeah,
Infinity.
we are.
Cheers.
Beer, please.
It's a party, absolutely.
Off you go. Off I go. Apparently, that's what I've been reduced to.
Phil's got his filtered coffee and his Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, Daniel, how you doing?
Very well, mate. Very well. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Happy 18th birthday to Caitlin.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations, man. That's a big one. Yeah,
that was a good day, and thanks to all the plebs that sent across some birthday sats to blow her mind, which it still happens. And big hello to Fractal. How you doing, man? Thank you for everything that you do, and it was great to see you in Miami.
Yeah, man, definitely great to see you too. Good to hang out again today for Infinity Day. I'm excited.
Awesome. Thanks all. Hey, quickly, just because we've gotten a couple of questions come in, maybe this gets us a little bit into an interesting direction. I'll throw this one up. What implications do you think everything divided by 21 million has for the global economy and societal structures? Philip, maybe we were talking on that a little bit earlier. Do you have any quick thoughts on that? Go around the table.
I wasn't paying attention, but I thought it was going to go to Daniel.
Well, if Daniel was paying attention.
No, I mean, Daniel, do you want to take it?
Oh, I mean, changes everything, right?
Yeah.
We've talked about, I think all of us here have talked about the societal changes that are going to come with this at great length. And we're all and this is what gives us hope, right? This is what's given us optimism. When you look at anything through a fiat lens, you see nothing but despair and anxiety. But you look through it to the future through a Bitcoin lens, and you see hope. And you cannot turn that off, because you know it's going to change the way forever in how we interact with each other and how we start valuing our time. And I'm here for it, I guess.
I like the lens, the clarity of Bitcoin over the fogginess of fiat. Fiat gives us a really foggy look on the world. Nothing's certain. Everything is, as you said, despair, disdain. It's horrible. There's no future. Everything is uncertain, and that creates anxiety. It creates stress. It creates. I can continue to say in the same words: despair, war, famine, all that sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then with Bitcoin, you have that laser-eye focus going through that lens of clarity, that protocol that will never change. And that gives us hope. It gives us clarity. It gives us continuity. It gives us succession. It gives us order and the ability to build a better future and to let our imaginations run wild without any fiat issues, problems.
And it changes the individual so quickly that person that's going on that rabbit hole journey. They're going to change. Then they're going to change right in front of their own eyes. That's the thing. When you look in the mirror the next month or so, you see a different person in yourself, but you feel yourself becoming who you were actually truly meant to be. Once all of this starts clicking and all that conviction starts aligning, and then the people closest to you see that change, and that will help them change too. And so it's not like this political kind of magic wand. Let's put this regulation in and this is going to make life better for everybody. This is complete and utter nonsense, as we all know here. But interacting with Bitcoin, going down the rabbit hole, learning everything that we've learned over our time, changes the individual, which leverages individualism. I'm assuming Knut's probably got a lot to say about that. And that starts changing your family unit. That brings you closer together. That changes the way you view family, how you view generational wealth. And everything just seems it just gets better the longer you spend in the Bitcoin rabbit hole. And when you look back at it, I was talking to Erik Cason about this the other day, and it suddenly dawned on him. He's like, whoa, ever since I bought my first Bitcoin or Satoshis, I've thought about Bitcoin ever since, every second of every day, and most likely during my sleep as well. And that's crazy. And I think I probably speak for everybody here on this call. Same for me. I can't switch it off. I cannot stop thinking about it.
I wanted to bring this in a different direction. This question brought something up for me, and I think it would be interesting to discuss with you guys, if you don't mind me derailing for a second. It was just asking how the implications of, everything divided by 21 million has on the global economy and societal structures. So everything divided by 21 million kind of means that, like, the more product happening in the world, like, the more value is coming into Bitcoin. And then, so I was having a discussion with online with Alan Farrington, and he basically told me that I don't understand economics and I'm wrong, but like the way that it's working for me thus far, like, because I'm already working for Bitcoin in a way, and what I've seen is that you as a person, and I think this is true for miners too, you will do the same amount of work and get less Bitcoin in the future. So like, if once like everything divided by 21 million, we have like salaries are defined in Bitcoin, like every year I was saying your salary will actually go down. Like, instead of you getting a raise, your salary will go down. You'll get less Bitcoin, but the purchasing power will actually increase because the value of that lower amount of Bitcoin is actually you're getting a raise. It just feels weird. And so my point is that the more work that you do over time, you'll get less Bitcoin. So the value of that Bitcoin will increase, and so Alan was laughing at me saying, you don't understand economics. People aren't going to work for less money. And I'm saying it's not less money. It's actually more purchasing power, but it is less Bitcoin. So I think people find that as a hard concept to understand, is that everything's prices will go down, including your own work in relation to Bitcoin. So what do you guys think about that? Am I crazy, or does this sound like, like if Bitcoin goes up?
This is the thing that the fiat-minded people, they're scared of hyper-Bitcoinization because they think that it will stop us from making any investments, because just hodling onto your Bitcoins is always the better choice. But it's not really true. What it does, though, is it removes all the noise. So there's no room for any noise, which means that the only investments worth making are the ones that will actually bring you more Bitcoins. If you extrapolate that thought vector out into the very far future, when everyone will need to have their stack diminish over time in order to survive, because they can't buy food for anything but Bitcoin, then you might even start a company in order for your stack to shrink at a slower rate, which sounds absolutely crazy. Because we're so wired to think in these fiat terms, but your number of coins can go down and your purchasing power can still go up. So it's very weird to think about the hyper-Bitcoinized world in my mind. And but what it does is it's the same thing for investments as for consumer goods. We will just prioritize quality over quantity. So the investment will have to be really, 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 really good in order for us to even consider it in the future. And it is already. I mean, as I often tell Peter Dunworth, that financial advisor is the easiest fucking job ever for the next 100 years. It's just
2 words.
Get some Bitcoin and
Stack
keep
it all.
them. And he always says, like,
Sat.
if you have one more set the next year than last year, you're an absolute winner for generations to come. And that's the truth of it, because at some point our stacks will diminish, or everyone's stack will have to diminish, because we can't do anything else unless we barter and use whatever. I mean, what stops us from using? This is the thing. Bitcoin unlocks all sorts of other superpowers within us, because the only thing that stops you from using just information as money is your imagination. And when you have when you have Bitcoin running in the back of your head, you can do a lot of other stuff and just exchange goods and services without even having money changing hands. And if you're working with people you trust, counterintuitively to the don't trust, verify ethos, if you have people you absolutely trust, you don't even need to exchange any Bitcoin at any point. You could just keep a tab, like, for the rest of your life, and then it gets settled whenever one party dies. So that's, to my mind, that's the scaling solution to what people call a scaling problem, is just imagination. If we have,
I think this is like outside of investment, or outside of any kind of even stacking sats, or even outside of a Bitcoiner type thing. I'm just talking about like your regular person. You work at a job, you go, you clock in, you clock out, you go home, you watch your TV, you die. Like those type of people. Like when we're hyper Bitcoinized world, like they're not investing. They're probably investing in Doge if it still exists and stuff. Like they're not like educated in that sense. So the everyday man, when they go to get their annual evaluation, instead of getting a raise, they get a reduction in the amount of Bitcoin that they get, because like that's that's just how the world works, is kind of what I'm saying. So like, but they're also happy about it, and it's not a bad thing. It's not anything weird. It's just, this is how the world works. So that was kind of more what I was saying.
But Fractal, if you take what an everyday man was 400 years ago, they wouldn't believe what we consider an everyday man today, that has a device in their pocket that James Bond would have just had a wet dream about like 30 years ago.
That's crazy to think about.
Yeah. So the everyday man 100 years from now will think of us as babbling primates that have no clue what they're doing, because the advancements we make in 100 years, they're completely impossible for us to predict or envision in any way, shape, or form. The everyday man will have more than whatever we have now, and what Sailor has now. They will. Yeah. So that's the thing.
Yeah, imagine back then they used to give people raises. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. but this is also ties into a point that Jeff Booth makes a lot, that inflation is really just wage deflation. That's what it is. So we're living with deflationary wages already. It's just that it's hidden from us, or hidden from most people, not from us, because we see through the scam. And it's like that John Carpenter movie, what's it called? They Live or something, where the guy has the truth goggles on. So whenever he puts the goggles on, he sees the world for what it really is. I think that's a perfect metaphor for what the laser eyes do to people.
Nice.
And we're talking about number go down technology, right, Knut? You and I have had this conversation many times.
Yeah.
That's what Bitcoin is, right? I mean, it's hard coded. It's number go down tech. Like, with the halving and with the coins that get lost, and with, as you know, as Fractal's talking about here, with your purchasing power going forever up.
Yeah, purchasing power go up is the correct phrase. Number actually goes down. And that's what leads us to purchasing power go up.
It's the absolute opposite of the fiat standard, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one divided by clown world. That's what it is. Yeah.
In the fiat standard, we're told that a little bit of inflation is good. It's good for the economy because we are in a constant state of having to grow. So if deflation happens, that's bad. That's really bad. Deflation, for example, harms the Japanese economy in the last 30 years because they had deflation. That's bad. But really,
it's viewed to such a weird lens, though, because if you look at computers and computing power, that has been deflationary for 50 years, and people still buy computers because they provide them with value, and that's the point.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. Hey, I'm just going to check in with everyone. How's everyone doing? We've got our next guest coming up shortly. I see Fractal. You got to get going.
I'm going to get going as well.
Yeah, I'm going to hit the road. I got 500 miles to do so I could spread the Bitcoin maximalist gospel to Texas, and I'll see y'all later. Happy Bitcoin Infinity Day. Much love, y'all.
Happy Bitcoin
Infinity Day. Love you, brother. See you next time.
And good Philip.
Much love.
Thanks so much for joining as well.
Thanks, guys. It's really great seeing you all and chatting. Happy Bitcoin Infinity Day, and enjoy the rest of your summer. Winter's coming, so be prepared.
Excellent. Thanks again, guys. Philip, and take care. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye, Philip.
Yes. Luke, you have to tell me when you want me to bring Christian in here, by the way.
Sure. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's welcome when Ioni wants a break, or if I think we'll have some slots. But we do have our next guest coming up here shortly. I think. But let's give Daniel some attention. How's it going, Daniel?
It's going good. It's going good. Love and life. Shilling the bit box over here.
Awesome.
Excellent. We'll see you in Riga.
Yes, you will. Yeah. We're off to Biarritz tomorrow. So we're driving over to Biarritz because that's just a 4-hour journey for us. So we're going to spend the next 4 or 5 days on the beach. At the conference and doing all that kind of stuff. And then we're off to Riga on the 1st, and we'll be there until the 5th. And then we're off to Lugano in October. And Prague for Liberty in our lifetime, and then to the Princess Hotel, Knut, with you guys.
Oh yes, we'll see each other a lot this year too. Then, we're both me and Luke are going to Lugano, by the way.
95%. Here, let's get our next guest on to ask the question he posed in the chat.
Let's get Larry in here. Yeah.
Hi, Larry.
Oh, there he is.
How are
My
you
favorite
guys?
boomer.
See you all. FFS. I love that. FFS.
Yes, it stands for the Danish Dyslexics Society.
So the question I asked in the chat is: Did Princey just take his niacin, or has he been out in the sun? Because he's got
Yeah.
this red face, and it looks like a niacin flush. And I know that because I'm taking niacin too, and I get the same thing. It's good stuff.
Yeah, Larry, I've done my flush today earlier.
Okay, that's fine.
I have been sitting by the pool and enjoying the sun. We've had my brother and his family over, so we've been doing a lot of river swimming and getting out there, and
Nice.
getting a base tan for Biarritz conference next week. But the
Incredible.
flush is awesome, huh? Are you enjoying
It
that?
really is. Yeah, I'm still at much smaller numbers than you guys, but there's something to this, I think. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been swimming today. I've been skinny dipping today. This morning.
You are in Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
am.
the only way to swim, isn't it? I mean, that's not.
In the ocean or in a river or lake?
In the archipelago here in Stockholm. So
Nice.
beautiful.
That is the Baltic Sea, Larry. Just for
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah. But did you just pursue Larry's American geography skills here, Luke?
Well, I'm presuming that at least you don't necessarily need to know which body of water is which.
No, but I think he doesn't know that we're in Stockholm. But I'm happy to tell you.
No, because I can see the BTXC office in Stockholm on your list. I know you're there.
Yeah.
I appreciate him telling me that it actually is the Baltic Sea, because I did archipelago. I kind of assumed it was, or maybe like a harbor or something, right?
This was more nature oriented, out on an island, like a half an hour drive from here.
Nice.
Very beautiful. And I'm happy to tell you that our show, Larry, the one we did like a couple of months back, that's the one we used for testing the equipment here. So everyone saw your face here before this whole thing started, and they seem to enjoy it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to lately?
Oh yeah, boy, what have I been up to? Just staying alive, doing podcasts and hodling and dollar cost averaging, and fighting the powers that be, right? Trying to understand how and why they've been able to delay this thing for so long. I think it's slipping.
You're the best person to ask, actually, Larry, because for the listeners that might not know, you spent decades in the gold space. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are those guys coming around, or have you just you don't bother calling them anymore? Do you go to gold conferences anymore, or are you just checking out?
Yeah, I give you a lot of data on that. So I think I've said this in the past. Half of them are there, and I go to a gold conference. Every gold conference I go to, I say, how many of you guys own Bitcoin? Half the hands go up. So some of them get it. They're the hardcore people who don't, like Peter Schiff and others who are their money is all, their business is based on gold. And Mike Mahoney this morning I saw he's talking about gold and silver. And it's interesting. I've been invited to the New Orleans Gold Show for a number of years in a row and been speaking, and I didn't get invited this year. And I'm kind of reading between the lines and thinking the issue is that I've gone too hardcore Bitcoin, and I'm not seen as a pure gold guy anymore. So, and that's okay. I mean, I'm good with it. As you know, I believe they each play a slightly different role. Gold is obviously a lower performer than Bitcoin, and ultimately Bitcoin will, demonetize gold, but it's going to take years. And gold is better for somebody who can't handle the volatility of Bitcoin. But they're both both forms of sound money. One's been around for 5,000 years. One's been around for 14, almost 15 years. So they each have a place. And I've answered a question a lot. People say, well, where are you on it all? And I'll tell people straight up, I'm about half of my investable capital. I'm about half in gold and gold stocks and about half in Bitcoin. So I straddle the two. And the nice thing about gold is it doesn't go down 70% on a drawdown.
So you have one foot in the past and one in the future, then you could say.
That's right. And you know, what'll naturally happen, I don't think I'm going to ever sell much of my gold. Maybe over time, I've sold some at times to buy Bitcoin when it's cheap. I might, if it takes another dip here, I might sell a little bit more. But in general, what happens is, as the Bitcoin goes up, you know, the natural weighting of the gold goes down, right? I mean, double the value of Bitcoin right now, and suddenly I'm 2/3 Bitcoin, 1/3 gold. I'm not buying any more gold. Let's put it that way. So that tells you something. And I'm buying, you know, any marginal capital I achieve through earnings, I use to buy Bitcoin. So, you know, if what I expect to happen happens, eventually my gold holdings will probably be 10% of my net worth, and that's fine. I've always said gold coins are great for bribing people when you're trying to get out of a country. You know, so,
yeah, but you might not need that if you have 12 words.
Possibly. The problem is the kind of people that you're likely to have to bribe. I'm not so sure how sophisticated they're going to be. They're going to, accept Bitcoin. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Hopefully we never go there, and you know, rule of law and society all hang together. That's the hope for outcome. But it's a fourth turning, and anything could happen. You know, you never know.
I'd be interested to know, Larry, at the firm EMA, with the people that you're dealing with day to day and advising. What's like the man on the streets kind of take on your U-turn to Bitcoin, and is your partner, your business partner, as down the rabbit hole as you, or is that?
He's very much down the rabbit hole. I mean, he's a partner in the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund, and I mean, we all see that Bitcoin is going to replace gold. You know, look, I speak slightly differently depending upon the audience. I mean, I've got a lot of boomer clients, and a lot of them like gold, and I've had some clients leave me for going into Bitcoin. The fund has got about a 15% weighting in Bitcoin. Didn't start there. You know, it kind of started at a couple percent, and then of course the coins tripled. So, you know, they like the fact that it's working. The fund itself is actually about 85% gold and silver mining stocks, because that's what the people bought when they invested with me. And I've convinced them to take an optionality piece, I call it, in Bitcoin, which is about the 15%. So, you know, it's funny. I've had a lot of clients who've been very, very anti-Bitcoin, older clients, and I've orange pilled many of them, not all of them. And some, you know, they vary between totally getting it to being hostile towards it, and some are just indifferent. Some are just like, well, you know, I'm too old to figure that out. I don't care about the upside. I just want to preserve what I've got, and this gold will work fine. So, you know, full spectrum of views. But
and last question before I take over the show completely, Knut. What did you feel? Have you felt a shift in the narrative yet because of this talk about the BlackRock ETF coming in? Because I know boomer clients in particular could be now looking at that, you know, man on the news wearing suit and tie now talks about ETF.
Absolutely.
Bitcoin.
Absolutely. I mean, it's interesting. Suddenly the career risk of being in Bitcoin, you're not a wacko, you're not a psychopath anymore. You know, when you know, BlackRock and Larry Fink are talking it up, and I think it's like so many people, it kind of becomes inevitable, and people hear about it. They're initially very skeptical of it, and they have lots of concerns, some of which are valid concerns, but they can be addressed. And as the concerns fall away and they see more people adopting it, it's a big deal. This BlackRock thing is a really, really big deal, because in the United States, I mean, sadly, a big piece of the United States investor class is advised by kind of traditional thinking people, some of whom actually get Bitcoin, but were afraid to recommend it as a result of, you know, it would present career risk to them. And it wasn't within the Overton window of safe things that they could say. It didn't fit 60-40. And that's changing, right? And going to continue to change. And I think the Saylor interview recently with Natalie was so good, because it talked about what an amazing time. We can see it's coming, and yet these people can't buy it yet and haven't bought it yet. But that thing's going to get approved. I mean, we know that. They had 570 out approved, and they wouldn't have done it if they didn't have the inside word they'd get there. And so that thing's going to get approved, and bang, there's going to be a lot of demand. Reminds me a lot, actually, there's an analog to this. Back in 2003, the GLD was the gold ETF. Yeah. And prior to that, if you wanted to buy gold, you had to go buy coins or bars or bullion and deal in it physically and so on and so forth. that GLD was one of the fastest growing, most successful ETF starts ever. And it led to a lot of people, you know, in their brokerage accounts, their retirement accounts, buying gold. And so, you know, once this thing comes out, you know, what's a couple percentage of the trillions of dollars that are stored in other financial assets? I mean, it's a big number. It's a lot more than the $500 billion market cap that we look at today. So it's good stuff. It's really good stuff. I'm incredibly bullish for where Bitcoin is going.
So, are you traveling to Europe this fall, Larry, or do we have to wait?
I don't have anything on the calendar. I saw the Amsterdam thing. It's I've got two things I need to do this fall that are pretty important. One is specific Bitcoin, because I'm partners with the Swan guys in this Bitcoin Opportunity Fund, which, by the way, is still open if anybody's looking for a really great way to participate in the Bitcoin infrastructure. I'm also, I go to a gold show, a couple of gold shows in September. The leading mining conferences are in Denver and Beaver Creek coming up in September. So those two things have me pretty booked up. But you know, possibility if there are other shows, other Bitcoin shows later on. And of course, as Princey knows, you know, Madeira's coming up. It's not that far away, right?
Yeah. So
I want to go watch you guys drink ponchas. I don't, you know, since I don't drink, I can't partake. But I know the orange juice tastes great, so I'm there.
Yeah. So next time we'll have the pleasure of seeing you in person. We'll be on Madeira then.
I think that's right. I mean, unless there's a good fall conference that I'm missing, what are you guys doing? Are there good things going on this fall? Amsterdam, yeah. But I don't think I can do Amsterdam because of conflicted these other travel schedule stuff. So
the first thing is Riga now, just a week from now, and okay. After Riga there's Amsterdam, and then some of us are going to Liberty in a Lifetime in Prague, which is more of a libertarian conference, the Free Cities Foundation, Peter Young's thing. So that's a really great one. We went last year.
You shoot me the information and the dates on that. That's kind of intriguing. Yeah.
It's just after Bitcoin Amsterdam, so I think it's the 14th, 15th of October.
September?
October.
Oh, October.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be tough just because we've got Pacific Bitcoin. I have to turn around from there and go right back to it, but we'll see. I'll take a look at it.
But immediately after that, go Knut.
Yeah, after that, Lugano in Switzerland. Close to the Italian border, and after that there's and Lugano is on the 26th, I believe, or something like that, right?
21st of October.
21st. Oh, of course. And after that, we're going to Stuttgart for Bitcoin im Ländle, which is more of a German event, but we're trying to English pill them the best we can.
Lugano's an invite-only thing, though, I think, isn't it? No.
Nope. Come on.
Open? Okay.
And I mean, I'm sure they'd give you an invite as well.
Well, yeah, it's can't hate Switzerland and Italy. That all works.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah.
Wonderful.
So how have all you guys been? I haven't seen you in a while. It's nice to see you. How are things?
Oh, great. It's been a shitty summer weather-wise, but otherwise up here in the north. But other than that, it's just been we've just been enjoying ourselves. I think we all took a little time off from conferences here during the summer. I've been spending time with my family, and I think the others have too. So that's the thing. And I just realized we haven't asked you the question we asked all other guests, and that is like Bitcoin Infinity Day. We celebrate Bitcoin's infinite potential. So what does that mean to you? Like, what does
today mean to you? So I mean, it really is. I mean, was it you, Knut, that coined this? You know, infinity over 21 million. Were you the one who originally designed that logo? I mean,
this is the designer of the logo, but it comes from an article I wrote where there was a sentence: "Imagine everything there is divided by 21 million." That sort of took off. So that's TLDR on that.
So I buy it completely, and then that's not hard to get to because it's the best form of sound money ever invented, and the truth will win out. And you know, I feel like the higher power and the Almighty has a good sense of humor, and so he's gonna bring punishment on the fiat lords who believe, worship a false idol. So I have no doubt that it's happening. Probably the more interesting thing for the listeners and viewers would be, okay, fine, on what time frame? And my daughter and I were just talking about this morning. I'm pretty sure it happens by, okay, I'll give you the outer range, 2038. That's the outside range. I'll give you the expected range is 2028 to 2032. Which kind
what do you mean by, what exactly happens then? Hyper-Bitcoinization, and what is that?
Hyper-Bitcoinization. The last fiat currency completely fails.
Okay, so that's your definition of that. Because like the funny thing is about hyper-Bitcoinization is like there's no end point to it, is there? Like we can still just use Bitcoin even more than we were yesterday. Right.
Yeah, no, there is no end point, but there's a point in time at which the parabolic curve goes straight up, very much. Yeah, and I think that's a end of this decade, early next decade event, kind of most likely case. Kind of worst case, I think it's a late next decade, 2038 kind of event. And I do the math and looking at kind of logarithmic growth, and so that's kind of how I see it.
I just wanted to ask you, Lars, how do you see that transition?
Well, in what respect? I mean, suddenly, slowly and then all at once, right? I mean, it's, I gave this as an example recently. I mean, human beings don't understand logarithmic growth, right? And if you take something, you double it every period, in 30 periods, it becomes just an enormous figure almost, and just keeps on growing. And so, at some point in time, fiat's going to fail, and that's kind of what I'm describing. And it really comes to everybody being forced to recognize that their money is inferior to this money. And right now, there's a small group of us who know it, and in 10 or 20 years, the entire world's going to know it. And so what we're in the process of watching is how we get from a small group knowing it to everybody knowing it. And it'll just every year it will grow, and it will be a much better world when we're there, because
do you see the transition being peaceful or violent?
Yeah, well, because that's a question in everybody's mind.
Yeah, ultimately peaceful. I mean, Foss and others say they want it to go slowly so we can all adjust to it. I mean, sadly, I don't think that's the way it works. I think it's going to go relatively. It's going to go slowly, and then it's going to accelerate, and then it's going to get worse. And I think sadly, given the constant, given how people are, and given the history of fourth turnings, I'm sure there will be violence at some point throughout all of it, because I think that people who have interest to defend are going to use violence to try and defend those interests, sadly.
Yeah.
So, I can't see how. I mean, I'd like to think we make it all the way there just peacefully, and it's kind of a kumbaya, this is a better money. But history generally shows that when you impoverish a lot of people all at once, they're pretty pissed off, and they don't tend to necessarily behave rationally. And war is a pretty irrational thing, in a fixed resource planet. And yet, we've had a lot of them, and I'm sure we're going to have a few more.
Yeah, the thing I think people miss about this is that they're living under threats of violence right now.
Oh, that's yeah.
If you don't pay your taxes, and if you don't use government-issued money, you face the real risk of having people with guns come take you away at the end of the line.
That's correct. Yeah.
So the faster the better, in my opinion, as well, because I think Bitcoin is peace. Like, it is the peaceful way of doing things. It's completely voluntary and completely without any threat of violence. So that's the thing.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's why I actually say rip off the Band-Aid as well. But it's extremely difficult to predict how this is going to unfold. Extremely.
Of course.
And nobody knows. Absolutely nobody knows. But the reason to be optimistic is it will be enormously better on the other side.
Yep.
And the other reason for me to be optimistic anyway is that the higher powers that be, are going to mete out some serious pain to the people who deserve it. So, and that I'm really looking forward to that, because they've been meting out pain to me for the last 40 fucking years.
Yeah, we've got an actually interesting question in the chat here. Here I'll show it. Mankind used silver, gold, copper previously, but created their own currencies to circumvent the limited resource problem. Why won't something similar happen in the case of Bitcoin? What does everyone think? Why won't new currencies get created? Yeah.
If I may try here, that was an artificial problem. And it was the problem of divisibility and transportability, though, because it's kind of hard to split gold into smaller and smaller parts. But Bitcoin doesn't have those problems, and that's what differentiates it from a dumb rock. I hope I don't offend you by calling gold a dumb rock, Larry. But so that's the thing. When money is information, that problem does not exist anymore. So Bitcoin holds its value through time, and it can beam value through space because it has no mass. It's the element zero theory, that this is just an element on the periodic table that is perfectly engineered for being money that we discovered somehow. And
I would answer.
I
agree with that. I take a slightly different slant on it. I mean, mankind used silver, gold, copper, but created its own currencies to circumvent the limited resource problem. So, no, gold, silver, and copper were the right way of using. They were money, gold particularly. They were money pre a better alternative, and Bitcoin's a better alternative. But we created currencies in order for bankers and people in the financial business to get rich at the expense of everybody else. The Bitcoin, is a form of currency that's sound money like gold and silver. And the only flaw in Bitcoin, or the only flaw in the system that I foresee, somebody asked me the other day, said, is Bitcoin a panacea? I said, yeah, it is in all respect except for one, and that is paper Bitcoin. Gold has been suppressed through the paper markets, and Bitcoin is actually at risk of the same issue. I think it's lower risk because of the on-chain and the settlement and all the issues that you've talked about, Knut. But it's not zero risk, because there are Bitcoin derivatives. There is paper Bitcoin. I mean, look, FTX had paper Bitcoin. He claimed he had $1.6 billion in Bitcoin. He had zero. So he had sold somebody a Bitcoin claim with no Bitcoin to back it up. So, and there could and will be perhaps more of that, and that's somewhat of a problem. I mean, what we're race against is for the Bitcoiners to basically control the world or own the world as a result of hyper-Bitcoinization, so that one of the first laws that they will pass is the law that says that financial derivatives are banned, because the derivatives game basically allows the person with the largest balance sheet to win, and so it's a crooked game. So
yeah,
anyway.
it's
hey, Andre, how are you? Nice to see you. Are you in Madeira? Yeah. We don't have your audio.
I think we do.
Andre, say something. Oh, no, can't hear you. Sorry, Andre.
Yeah.
Is that Andre or John Vallis?
Well, we don't have Andre's audio, unfortunately. We could try. Maybe you've got like another input or something like that. But your background is fantastic. You're clearly in paradise. Yeah. I think that's Madeira.
So just to touch on this this question here, the gold, copper, and silver used previously but created own currencies to circumvent the limited resource problem. I don't know if you guys have Obi coming on at any stage, but it'd be interesting to talk to him about that question and what's going on with Fedi and how Fedi is being set up with Xiaomian mint. You deposit Bitcoin into the Fedi mint, into the community holding pot, for want of a better word, and in return you get you get a lot of noise from Andre.
Can you try saying something, Andre?
No, I'm getting a lot of feedback. You guys?
Yep. So we're
Yeah.
that didn't work, Andre. Sorry.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to hear Obi's take on that if he's coming on. And
yeah, I don't think Obi's coming on today, unfortunately, unless he wants to. So Obi, if you're listening to this, you're welcome up here on stage, of course. We'll shoot us a DM and we'll send you the link. I'd just like to tie this back to how banking started, because banking was basically just a guy with a vault somewhere to keep your gold safe and your valuables safe. So that guy soon realized that he could print more receipts for gold than he actually had gold in his vaults.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the bill was created. The first monetary bill was created. It's just a receipt for gold. Because the risk of everyone wanting their gold back at the same time was minimal. Until, of course, he printed too much of them and there was a bank run. And then everyone went after that quote-unquote banker with pitches and pitchforks and torches. That's why the central bank was created, to bail these people out to bail out crooks, basically. So it's all, it's the most evil institution ever created, I would say.
The other interesting thing here, Larry, is was gold ever globally adopted? Right? I mean, because once the settlers hit the U.S. shores and they went west, young man, we had the gold rush, right? Because people, and a lot of people, unfortunately, the native Indians were run out of town because they didn't realize they weren't using gold. No one had told them, right? They didn't get the facts. They didn't get the email. They were using feathers and skeleton bones and shells or whatever it was valuable to them. Correct. And this is right. And when you think about that, that's just crazy to me that we just default think gold was globally accepted as like the world currency, and it totally wasn't in some parts of the world. That's correct. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in some countries made the mistake of going on the silver standard when gold was a much better choice. I mean, but the Indians actually really lost as a matter of numbers and the fact that they didn't have gunpowder. I mean, that was the biggest, the biggest asymmetry that existed, when that came through. But yeah, I mean, look, gold isn't perfect money by any stretch, but it's a damn sight better than fiat. And fiat is completely and totally, ruined the world and is out of control. And it's becoming obvious now, I think, to everybody. Everyone knows something's wrong. Sadly, those of us who understand what it is, it's a small number. But as somebody said on Twitter the other day, I thought it was a great comment. Imagine getting to live through something that happens only once every 100 years. A sovereign debt crisis, and that's what we're in right now, a sovereign debt crisis. And it's going to be scary, but it's also going to be exciting. And I'd rather be in the right stuff, going through it, even if it means 70% drawdowns.
Awesome. Hey, say something, Andre.
Hey, hello.
Hey.
We got you.
Can you hear me now? It was something with the editing. Sorry about that.
We can, Andre. Madeira looks beautiful as always.
Yes, today is a public holiday here because it's the anniversary of the city of Funchal, right on Infinity Day.
It's fantastic. Yeah, I saw that tweet earlier. That's fantastic news. So Madeira, Funchal is 515 years old. Is that the case?
Yes, it was the date when it was elevated to city officially.
All right, so above 1,000 inhabitants or something like that. There was probably a 500-year-old metric.
Yeah,
everyone
probably.
Yeah. So
have you told Miguel about the
What?
significance? Have you told Miguel about the significance of this?
No, I didn't have the chance, but I will eventually.
You'll love
Miguel
it.
is the president of Madeira, if you didn't know.
Yeah,
So Andre is like this with that guy, and we others are working on it, but through Andre, and he's such good friends with Miguel that Miguel gave him a football stadium to host the Bitcoin conference in. So I urge you all to travel to Madeira in early March next year for
Yes.
Bitcoin Atlantis, which is going to be a fantastic event. Everyone here is coming to that conference, right, Ioni?
Absolutely.
Yes, and a lot of other big names as well. So can you tell us a bit more about Bitcoin Atlantis, Andre?
Sure. So we decided to go big, and as Knut said, we're doing it in the stadium, in the Marítimo Stadium, very near downtown Funchal. And we've been lucky enough that a lot of people have accepted to come, either as speakers or as panelists, moderators, and whatnot. And it's going to be a fantastic experience because Madeira is fantastic in itself. And a lot of people are already taking the chance to spend a week of vacations with an amazing conference in the middle. And there will be a lot of surprises. It's family friendly. We're going to have a kids area, workshop area, hardware area, open source stage and whatnot. So many things that we're going to announce on the channels.
Yeah, so make sure you follow the Bitcoin Atlantis Twitter handle and also the Free Madeira Bitcoin handle, because Bitcoin Atlantis, the idea for Bitcoin Atlantis was formed a little over a year ago when we were all visiting Madeira. We were all there, except Ioni and Luke weren't there at the time, but everyone else present now was there, where we formed this what do you call it? This organization. What's it called? A non-profit. Yeah.
Well, the name is in Portuguese, but the short name is Free Madeira. It stands for, in English, the translation is Regional Forum for Economic Education, and it's a non-profit with the aim of adoption and education of Bitcoin in the island. And the conference is just one part of the big plan.
Yeah, and in Portuguese, that's Forum Regional to the Economic. I'm sure.
I think
Spanish with a Russian accent, Knut.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little closer to Russian than Portuguese, I guess.
I think the story there was the willingness of the president after coming to Miami last year and meeting Saylor and meeting Samson and Max and Stacy and everybody else that he got to meet, either personally or in a larger group setting, including Safe, how he came back and basically said to you, go build this thing, go make this organization, invite who you need across to start the educational process. And that is it's brave on his part. I know he's gone a little bit quiet through the election process, but there's a lot still going on behind the scenes, right, over on the island, as I know. But if you want to tell the listeners and the viewers what's going on, it's not as if something was announced and then just dropped.
Yeah, well, first of all, people will have to understand that this is a long-term project, right? And we're just starting. So the association was created formally in October, and there are many arms to it. So, from education, we established partnerships with Looking Glass Education and with My First Bitcoin, John Dennehy's project. We're translating courses to Portuguese to apply here in Madeira. We're going to even put the My First Bitcoin manual in Portuguese on the tablets of all students of Madeira soon. There's energy projects being planned. There's education projects apart from those for the young kids, for adults, especially for the remittances, because we have a lot of immigrants outside of Madeira, and they are still not using the power of this amazing open source network for remittances. We are establishing a Bitcoin business hub in Madeira, where we have a co-working space and an incubator for Bitcoin-only companies. And most of all, we're attracting a lot of Bitcoiners to increase the community. We have very big names moving to Madeira soon, and there will be academies and hackathon projects coming soon. One of them will be called Sovereign Engineering, involving Gigi and Pablo Fernandez, and the first cohort will be to present their successes or their business plans at the conference in March. So a lot of things are happening, but they're still in the background for the most part.
That's great to hear, Andre. That's great to hear. And here, just quickly, I'm going to check in. First of all, we've got a space cat that's come to join us, so that's wonderful. Welcome, Hodlonaut. And quickly also, I'll check in with some echo from your end, I believe, Mr. Cat.
Yeah, okay. I'll put on the headphones, I guess. 1 second.
Take off your helmet.
But just for a moment here, I'll check in with Daniel and Larry. You both still good?
Yeah.
I'm going to run, guys. I'm going to run. So it's been great to hang with you all. Larry, excellent to catch up.
Likewise.
Yes, Ioni and Knut, always a pleasure. Andre, you're looking great. Hodlonaut, it was amazing to meet you in person in BTC Prague. Sorry, I've got to run, but you guys can pick up the ball from here. Well, thank you again, and well done, Knut and Luke, for putting this YouTube party together.
Thank you to our co-host, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel.
Guys, I'm gonna get on Daniel's boat. I need to leave as well. Just a short visit. Very nice to see you, Larry. Good to see you again. Hope to see you soon in Madeira.
Yeah.
And good luck to the rest of the episode.
I sure hope you don't have an accident on that boat, Andre.
What? Never.
Thanks so much, Andre, for joining us. And yeah, everyone, check out Bitcoin Atlantis. It's going to be awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks
Bye.
again.
freemadeira.com and bitcoinatlantis.com. So check out the website and book your tickets. Use code Knut for 10% off.
Yes. See you soon. Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye. Bye-bye. Or code BTCX for another, the same 10%.
You can't use it twice, Knut. You can't use it twice. All right. Hodlonaut, welcome. Oh, do we have Hodlonaut?
Mr. Cat.
Right, back to Larry for a moment. Hey, what did you think of everything with Madeira?
Yes.
Madeira is a beautiful place. I highly recommend everybody who can to travel there next March for this conference. I'm sure Andre will do an outstanding job. He's such an incredible host when we were there. My take is that Portugal is making progress on Bitcoin, and particularly places like Madeira within Portugal. The politicians we met over on the mainland, some of them get it. They're slightly handicapped by the fact, and I'm sure Knut would agree with me on this, they're slightly handicapped by the fact that they're part of the EU and they receive money from the EU, so they can only go so far. And they're putting Bitcoin underneath the technology umbrella rather than the we're going to kill fiat umbrella.
Yeah, but I think orange pilling politicians is like what it's doing. It's making the transition somewhat smoother than it would have been if we would have to fight them. I mean, every person is first and foremost an individual, and if they're orange pilled, they're orange pilled. And if they happen to work in the public sector, well, good for them, I guess. They're still orange pill if they are, and sooner or later they'll either convert into full Bitcoiners, or they'll keep their politicky jobs and they'll try to orange pill everyone else there. So either way, we win. That's the way I see it.
And let's quickly try. Let's see if Hodlonaut is around here.
Yeah, I think I should be here now. Hope you can hear me now.
Very much so.
Cat.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. So
good to see you guys.
Meow and happy Bitcoin Infinity Day.
Yeah, meow and congratulations on Infinity Day. Meow meow.
Good to have you here. So Bitcoin Infinity Day is a celebration of Bitcoin's infinite potential. What are your first thoughts when I say that?
I don't know. I mean, the potential is infinite, and your meme describes that better than anything, I guess. So yeah, we're going to the moon. We're gonna hyper Bitcoinize the world, but we just need to suffer a bit first, different ways.
Well, speaking of suffering, I think there isn't a Bitcoiner in the community that has suffered needlessly more than you. I hope everything is going all right on your struggles, Mr. Cat.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't really suffered much, to be honest. They wanted me to, but I really didn't. But yeah, all of that stuff is on pause now, waiting for this COPA case in January.
All right, and you won the last battle against the only person on Earth that isn't Satoshi, and we're expecting you to win the next as well. What do you reckon are your chances?
Close to 100%, I guess. No, I mean, how can I lose? It's just going downhill for them now, and they were asking for this delay, and I don't mind to see them get more wrecked before going up against me again. And yeah, let's see what happens. Maybe it all just falls apart after the COPA case. It could be. It's getting exceedingly stupid by now.
It's obvious that they were barking up the wrong Merkle tree.
Bada bing, yeah, something like
because
that.
Because this Merkle tree had a vicious cat in it, like clawed back.
Yeah, at least it refused to come down or something.
Yeah.
Larry, are you familiar with Hodlonaut? Have you?
I'm not. It sounds like he took on Craig Wright. Is he another one of the guys that got sued by the fake Satoshi?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of, it's getting kind of old. That like that's what I'm most known for, like to be like Craig Wright's enemy or something. But yeah, that's me. I've been kind of fighting him in the legal system for getting close to 5 years now.
And this is Hodlonaut is too humble here, Larry, because his real claim to fame was starting the Bitcoin Lightning Torch back in 2019.
Wow!
So he was the first guy to start sending Bitcoins around the world via the Lightning Network, and that thing really took off, and it was a big thing back then.
Wow.
So that's his real claim to fame, and that was no small feat. Even though cats usually have small feet or rather paws, but then this Craig bullshit thing took over, and Hodlonaut has been showing us all the way, in case something similar should happen to us, because he kept his ground all the time and was very stoic about it, and didn't fall for any of the bullshit, and he's been battling not Satoshi ever since, and he's winning. So yeah.
Well, congratulations! Thanks for bringing us Lightning. Lightning is changing the world. The whole thing's changing the world. It's really awesome stuff.
Yeah, I 100% didn't bring anyone Lightning, but I was maybe pretty early in getting really, really excited about Lightning back in 2018. I was just basically like a little manic about Lightning back then, because I thought it was just so underappreciated, and like its promise in different ways was blowing my mind. So yeah, I tried to use it as much as possible back then, and then by absolute chance this Lightning Torch thing kind of just happened. organically, I would say.
Yeah, and Lightning is still the most undervalued technological invention of this century by far. It's way bigger than AI if you think about it. It's like Terry Pratchett said, real stupidity beats artificial intelligence every time. And Lightning Network enables real stupidity across borders, and it's the best thing ever. And I'm happy to say, when I visited Norway, and we visited Norway, Luke, we came with a bunch of books and T-shirts, and we sold them all. And everyone, absolutely everyone at the conference, used the Lightning Network to pay for them. So
nice.
That's a first, and really proud of that. And proud of the Norwegian community for being so damn based. I mean, you all look like lumberjacks, and you're all jacked, and
Yeah, that's a very nice lie, Knut. Thanks. I think you could have sold even more than you brought back then, actually. You totally sold out then pretty quickly, too.
Yeah, I should have bought more.
Yeah.
Here, we've got a quick question in the chat for Larry, who may have to go shortly. But the question was, why has the EU ETF not made any difference to the price? Do you have any idea about that, Larry?
I really don't. You've got. I'm the wrong guy to ask. When was the EU ETF approved? What was the timing on it? Do you know?
Well, I'm going to have to look that up, but I mean, I think 6 days ago is the first article that I see here. Europe's first spot Bitcoin ETF is going live 6 days ago.
We don't pay attention to fiat stuff, Larry. That's why we don't know about these things.
Yeah, I mean, look, it may, the channels may not be open. I mean, it's live, but it's got to be linked into all the brokerage accounts in Europe. And, people, is it listed? Where is it listed? Is there any trading volume in it? I mean, those would be the kind of questions I would ask.
This is the thing. All the money is in the US. So what happens?
Well, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. There's a lot of money in Europe too. But again, it has to do with ease of use, right? I mean, and so that's what I would look into. I'm not quite sure why we're in this price dip right now, but we are, and so be it. I mean, I tend to believe that this dip is driven by the Binance problem, that he's having trouble getting onto his peg and he's selling coins to try and defend his coin. But that's just my theory.
Yeah, it's collateral damage from the shitcoin space.
Yeah, that'd be my sense. But I don't really even care. I mean, I think it's great. I like to buy at lower prices. So the fact that it's coming in, I was actually thinking about what gold I'm going to sell to increase my buying. So
yeah. Oh, Christian has an answer here. The Bitcoin so the thing is, there's quite a lot of exposure. People are exposed to Bitcoin in Europe without even knowing it, because it's in all sorts of pension funds and other funds, like baskets of stocks and bonds that people buy from different banks, and some of them have a Bitcoin allocation, and so people are Bitcoiners without even knowing it here.
And this passive exposure is a stepping stone.
It is. It's a Trojan horse.
It's a Trojan horse.
All of these things are Trojan horses, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Larry, I would be to hear what do you think? I'm sorry, Larry, would you be so kind as to tell us, what do you tell your gold bug friends when you try to orange pill them?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the biggest, probably, I encounter a couple of big objections, and so let me address how I deal with those. The first is, and this is why the shitcoiners have hurt us so much. The first is, look at all the promoters in this space. Look at all the shitcoinery. Look at all the things that have rugged and gone to zero. How can you possibly be playing around with crypto? Look at FTX. Look at Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, so gold people are kind of old school. They don't trust fiat. And, a lot of them have just kind of concluded that crypto is just, it's digital fiat, right? They're wrong, of course. They don't understand the difference in Bitcoin. But so that's kind of objection number one. And I spend a lot of time dealing with the fact that, like any new invention or any new area, there are going to be promoters and bullshit artists. And then there's the real signal, which is the Bitcoin, network. And so I deal with that a lot. The other issue that seems to come up a lot with gold people that I'm trying to orange pill is they can't get over this physicality argument. They kind of make the argument that if it doesn't have an alternative use, if you can't touch it, feel it, it has been around for 5,000 years, it doesn't represent money. And what I try there is the story I usually tell them is that even before gold existed, I try to get them to think more conceptually, and that money really is a ledger. And money is obligation. You know, I owe you something, you owe me something. It's a means of exchanging value, whether it be goods or services. And, you know, way before gold was money, when we didn't even know what gold was, we didn't even mine gold. They found ancient caves in France with stick tally ledgers. And so people were keeping score. And presumably they were doing something like, you know, I made 3 kills and fed the place, and you've only made 1. You owe me 2 kills. And so, you know, that ledger nature of money, in my opinion, is really the primary driver of what has value, not the fact that gold can be used for jewelry or gold can be used in electronics. I mean, those are nice uses, but that's not the monetary premium in gold. The ledger is what counts. And you know, people should understand this, because the dollars in their bank, they're not really dollar bills sitting there. They're just entries on a computer screen. And so really, if you think about what money is, it's just an enormous ledger. It's an enormous spreadsheet of who owes who what. And so, you know, gold was a nice physical form of a ledger. And the beauty of it, of course, is, you know, I call it analog sound money. And it's great because you can't fake it, and you can't print it, and so on and so forth. But it really was just a physical representation of a ledger, and it became the best physical representation because its stock to flow was the one element in the universe that had the lowest stock to flow of any element. And so it naturally kind of gravitated towards becoming money. Well, now we've got a physical, when Bitcoin got created, Bitcoin, the important thing about Bitcoin is that, and the real breakthrough in my view, this is what people miss. And I get this because I saw the internet come along and take over. And what people miss is that Bitcoin represents digital scarcity. It's a digital scarcity protocol. And before Bitcoin existed, there was no concept of digital scarcity. I mean, you had Napster, you could copy anything. Anything that was digital could be copied, period, you know, full stop, right? But the Bitcoin network, the proof of work, the difficulty adjustment, all of it, it led to a reliable means of creating digital scarcity. And when they did that, they suddenly, and then the halving and the whole way it decreases over time. When they did that, they basically created a system that could create a lower stock to flow, or a higher stock to flow, I'm sorry, than gold. And it was a digital version. And by the way, digital is a lot easier to handle, move around, etc. I mean, sending $1 billion worth of gold requires a jet airliner. You know, $1 billion of Bitcoin is 10 minutes. So basically, you know, what I try to convince people is to move away from the notion that money itself has to be physical. It does not. Money is a ledger. And once you regard money as a ledger, then you come to see that, okay, Bitcoin is the most secure, the largest computer network in the world, the more digital computing power than anything else. It is the most reliable digital ledger ever created. And because it's because it's easier to move, and it's easier to verify, and its stock to flow is lower than gold, it will ultimately demonetize and replace gold. I say ultimately, not tomorrow. It's going to take time, but it's happening, and it will continue to happen.
Yeah,
so, and I would say a lot of my people, I think, kind of get that, but some of them just can't get around the fact that you can't touch it, and it's not a commodity. And that's because they've got 5,000 years of commodity money in their head. And you know, if you can't get around that, you can't get around it.
Yeah, that's basically the element zero thesis, that we discovered an element without mass, which means that all that's left, if you remove all the protons and the neutrons, are the electrons, the information. So,
right.
I
like that.
Yeah.
This gets into the physics discussions we had in Madeira, where you quickly went over my head.
Yeah.
Knut is quite knowledgeable about quantum mechanics and physics, and it's pretty interesting stuff.
We made a video about it. It's from one of the chapters in the book, and Ioni animated a beautiful video to it. So if you search for element zero, I think you changed the name. So
I'll change it back though.
Yeah. So if you search for element,
if you don't mind, when we're done with this, send me the link to that video. I'd love to watch it. Or put it in the show notes or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We will.
There's also, Larry, an underappreciation of the realness of the digital realm. So if you have a photograph that is digital, that is by no means any less real than a physical photograph. A win in a game of chess online is by no means any less real than a win on a physical board.
Correct.
And so I think that a lot of people are still so rooted in physical reality because our transition into the digital world is still so, we're still in our digital and technological adolescence. And for that reason, a lot of people are so preoccupied with the physical reality of being the real reality, and sort of ignoring or discounting the realness of the digital realm.
Yeah, and what you're getting at suggests that there's a very interesting future in artificial intelligence and the metaverse, and a lot of other stuff as well, right? For humankind as we go forward.
But Ioni, would you say that the digital realm was as real before the discovery of digital scarcity? Or is it the immutability that makes it as real, would you say?
The thing is, absolute scarcity has always existed. It just wasn't discovered, and it just didn't have any hash rates.
No, yeah, exactly. So Bitcoin was always around. It's just that the hash rate was 0 up until 2009. So we just discovered it.
But because for the reason that Bitcoin is synonymous with absolute scarcity, we just leveraged that into a monetary network.
Yeah, and now it's obvious that there's only one real intellectual property, because it's the only one you can actually possess.
Yes.
And that in turn possesses you. So Larry, I just sent you the link to the video in Twitter DMs if you want.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I look forward to listening to that.
Yeah, I think you'll like it.
Yeah.
The idea comes from a friend of ours called Jörg Hemsdorf, a brilliant German Bitcoiner who's very much into physics. And I just basically stole that and regurgitated it with my words. Video.
The long and the short of it is, I mean, before gold, I've come at all of this by, what I saw early on in my career was the flaws in the Keynesian system and the lies that were being told by the central bankers, and the way that the cotillion effect was making the world an unfair place, always, but particularly since 1971. And so I started off with what I call analog sound money, gold. And of course, Bitcoin didn't exist in 71, didn't exist in 2007. And then what flipped me over was when I finally got to the point where I realized, okay, this is digital sound money. This really is, Bitcoin really is digital gold. And, it's indisputable in my view. And because, it comes along at a time, Satoshi was so pissed off, about the Chancellor bailout and the 2008 abuses that, it came along just at the right time. It's kind of ironic. I really do believe there's a higher power. It's like we're running out of whale oil in 1849 and somebody finds oil in Western Pennsylvania, right? It's just, here we are, fiat has just about had it, right? They've totally destroyed the world with fiat money. And, gold's working, but not really, because they managed to manipulate the shit out of it. And Satoshi figures out how to create digital gold and, lights a whole new fire of sound money enthusiasts. And then Safe writes the book that will be someday regarded as superior to all other economic books, defining, Austrian economics and Bitcoin as the current sound money solution. And it's fabulous stuff. It's fabulous stuff. It's going to be so much fun to watch it play out. It's so great to be involved in this space. It's just we all should just be pinching ourselves. We're so lucky to be aware of this stuff, and right, and to understand it, and to be betting on it. And no matter how much, I have to laugh at these fiat people as they try and defend their turf. It's just, it's Preston Pishoff, and he says, come on, guys, can't you do better than that? It's just so sad.
Yeah. I know.
It's like we're speaking. They have no fucking clue what they're doing.
Yeah. Mr. Cat, any thoughts on this?
I mean, on the clownliness of the fiat realm, it really feels, I felt in many different ways, but increasingly since I discovered Bitcoin, like this feeling of being ahead of the curve and, seeing what's playing out and what is about to play out. And I've had quite a few of those feelings confirmed since I discovered Bitcoin. And it really is a spectacle to behold, to listen to traditional economists, both in my country and internationally at this time.
Yeah, economist is a funny word in that sense because it means everything but in the fiat world.
Hey, we're just seeing, Larry, that you've got to run here. Thanks so much for hanging out with us on Bitcoin.
Oh, thank you guys. Happy Bitcoin Infinity Day. Knut and Luke, thanks so much. FFS, I love it, man. you got the right name. Well,
love you, Larry. See you in Madeira.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, Larry.
Talk to you soon. Yeah, nice meeting you, Hodlonaut. Congrats. Thanks. Bye-bye. See ya.
Thanks, Larry.
Bye.
All right, back to you, Hodlonaut. So, any other thoughts about Bitcoin Infinity Day generally?
No, not really. I mean, I think it's a cool idea to have this day, but I mean, maybe you guys can enlighten me a little bit on. I mean, I know it obviously stems from everything divided by 21 million, which we can all see beautifully displayed on these two manly chests here. But this stream and what led up to it and who's behind it and what is it?
Well, we shouldn't leave out the prehistory of Bitcoin Infinity Day, which is August 21st. The actual Bitcoin Infinity Day before Bitcoin Infinity Day was discovered. Exactly 1 year earlier, an article of mine entitled "Deeper Down the Rabbit Hole" was published in Citadel 21 magazine, and you made some beautiful graphics to it, or maybe Katja did. But that's the thing that spurred that made everything else happen. And Ioni's little video and the meme took off and everything. We've been through that or walked through that already in the beginning of the show. But
cool.
So in August, beginning of August 2021, we realized that we might make a Bitcoin holiday out of this. So we tried to figure out what you were supposed to do on Bitcoin Infinity Day. And the narrative at the time, which is still somewhat true, is that Bitcoin Infinity Day is when you stack 21 times more than your normal daily average stack. But that doesn't really roll off the tongue, does it? So now I view it more as just a general celebration of Bitcoin's infinite potential to change humanity for the better. So that's what it is, and that's why we're doing this thing, and that's why we're just happy to celebrate Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Any excuse is a good excuse for that, isn't it?
Absolutely. Really cool story. And I mean, to be perfectly honest, I kind of forgot that the Citadel 21 article, I mean, you found out later, right? That was actually published on the 21st of August, or?
Yeah, this is one of those stars aligned stories, and all the religious Bitcoiners tell me that there are no coincidences and stuff.
Yeah.
But
I tend to agree with that.
Mind-blowing that in hindsight, that article came out on this very day. I had absolutely no clue that was the case when we came up with the holiday, and that it fitted so perfectly with the equation and everything. So it's like, well, we're living the meme. That's literally living the meme. That's what we're doing here.
It really is. It's my life just continues to drive that point home in many different ways, like call it synchronicity or call it no coincidences or whatever you want to call it. There is a lot of mysterious undertones, or like, call it whatever you want. It's great to be alive and experience being part of Bitcoin and beholding all these weird events and people and unfoldings. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, here's the guy we've been waiting for.
Hey.
Hey, Erik, how you doing?
Hey,
Erik.
Good. How are you gentlemen doing?
All good, thank you. I watched you
good.
last night for hours on end, and the Hodl gang thing. Yeah.
We always have a very good time with each other.
Yeah, you're a fellow Bitcoin philosopher.
Yeah, well, I like to call myself a thinker. I don't think I'm not nearly smart enough to be a philosopher. I just follow the path other people give me. So.
Yeah, but I just called you one, so now you're one.
All right. Well, happy Infinity Day, gentlemen. I've been thinking this Infinity Day is like one of our official holidays. You know, very very similar to all of the other Bitcoin festivals that we have. So yeah. It's great to always get together and share and what that is for each other.
What are you guys' favorite Bitcoin holidays? What are the top 3?
This one.
Number 1?
There's an obvious one. But then, I like Pizza Day, I guess.
I really like Pizza Day.
I was going to say Pizza Day, but I want us to. We need to change it to something a little healthier. We need to like just have it be like a meat pizza day or something. I don't know. We got to figure it out.
But it's kind of like self-flagellation, you know. One day a year, we just stuff ourselves with pizza to pay our tribute.
Very interesting what these types of holidays are going to evolve into over time.
Yeah.
Like we have no idea what the Bitcoin Infinity Day is going to be in 30 years, but hopefully we'll still be around, and it could be have evolved into something pretty significant.
Yeah. And speaking of Pizza Day, I think Giacomo Zuc put it best that yes, carbs are poison, but real men eat poison every once in a while.
Yeah, there is some truth to that for sure.
Yeah. So what have you been up to lately, Erik? You have a new book coming out, right?
Yeah, so the book is completed. It's published. It's getting launched. So I'm going to be doing some kind of book touring stuff at the different festivals. Yeah, finally. Like I felt like after even I got it over the finish line, it took forever. But now a lot of it is sort of presenting the philosophical approach that is crypto sovereignty. And on a personal level, like I've just been reading a ton more philosophy, and crypto sovereignty in a lot of ways is sort of my own preliminary approach to this vexing question of like, what is Bitcoin in terms of its deepest essence? And I've found sort of on the evolution that I've been going towards, I feel like I now have like a sort of complete holistic framework for the presentation of my theory, whereas the current book, Crypto Sovereignty, is sort of a smattering or a constellation of these essays and the approach towards this question of how cryptography in the digital age creates a new form of sovereignty that we haven't seen before. So people are liking the message. It's pretty wild because it's so sort of heady and out there. I never expected for people to really grasp onto it. So it's really fun to see that people want to have this kind of dialogue.
Well, it's well deserved. You've been putting out killer content for years now, and I find writing to be a very good way of structuring your own thoughts. So in writing, you sort of figure things out during the process, and you sharpen your arguments, and you find a more cohesive picture of what you're trying to think. If that makes any sense. Can you relate to that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel so lucky and blessed that one of my best friends, he's like a lead cryptographer at Block, and he's extremely well read in philosophy. And so I get to, every few weeks sit down with him and have these really great, hour-long conversations that help me, when I go back to writing, approach it in a little bit of a different way. In all honesty, like it's really incredible to see, like yourself and so many others that are going to come on this program and friends of ours through Bitcoin, that there truly is this movement of thought and understanding to try to really understand the depth of what we're trying to accomplish here. And there seems to be a rising consciousness of people understanding that like Bitcoin actually isn't about money, but it's actually about the commonality of our wealth and how we collectivize that in a meaningful way so that we still maintain our individuality in that. And it's awesome, man. Like, I'm just so happy that I get to participate in it and that people are appreciating my thoughts and contributions.
Yeah, well, and we love to have you in the space. I mean, you're a great asset to it. And we're going to meet you a couple of times this fall, I think. You're coming to both Riga and Amsterdam. Is that correct? Is there another European conference? Yeah, and then you're coming to Atlantis as well, to Madeira in March, right? Fucking awesome.
You got all those, and there's a few other ones too. That there's going to be one down in Costa Rica as well. But yeah, I'm really excited just because it's so important for me to have people really understand that, like, I always find it hilarious sort of the constant tensions Bitcoin holds, because, like, you know, I'm sitting here thinking that I'm telling somebody about the most important philosophical development in the world, and they're like, what do you mean? Like, Bitcoin's just money. Like, how is that? And it's like, no, it's so it's nice that I have a book now, because instead of me going on my diatribe and losing them halfway through, I can just be like, here's my book that you probably won't read, but if you do, you're gonna open some new what Bitcoin and cryptography does in our current optics. We're gonna escape it.
Yeah, and you're gonna find out that having a book is way better than having a CV.
Yes, I'm well. And this is all such a thrown journey for me too. You know, like I'm just really excited about these ongoing dialogues. You know, and like watching each new person get orange pilled. You know, like as soon as like Sailor came along, I was like, oh great! Like now we have this powerful figure that people are listening to who really gets it down in the depths and is a great person to kind of send more normie people along to who want to listen to kind of more of an authority, if you will, about why and how money is doing this really spectacular thing. But even more so than that, like I've been pretty I've been a little too like squishy and soft lately, and I've been really getting into this idea of like Bitcoin's really about friendship and like the deepest kind of friendship that it is, because like we're getting to that etymological origin of the word friend. It actually means like a sharing of love. And so it's about like our own shared love of this idea. And like this idea itself is sort of what recovers in totality, in my opinion, like what the law is supposed to be and how it is supposed to function. And so it's really beautiful to get to have people go, whoa, like maybe this Bitcoin thing is something bigger than just money.
Yeah, and there's no clear distinction between what the idea is and what the money is. Like it's all blurred together. It's all one unified thing. Like you can view it through all these lenses, but at the end of the day, that's just all the same thing. And all it is an agreement on a fixed set of rules to which we all participate, because we see that this is a functioning system where it's actually more expensive to try to cheat the system than to just obey these rules. And what that enables is a perfect representation of the scarcity of our lifetimes, so that we can interact with each other completely peacefully, because game theory tells us that it's not economically viable to try to steal this thing from us, because on a game theoretical average, if you know the other person's stack, you get 50%, because if you kill them, you get nothing. So game theory says that you get 50% of whatever you know that they own. And you cannot know how many Bitcoins another person owns. So that even that number trends to zero, especially if you take into account that a much better choice is just to trade with the other person and give them your goods and services for the Bitcoins. That's a much, much more economically feasible move. So it removes violence completely. And all it is a mathematical experiment in the back of our heads. And it's, yeah, I just can't drop the thought of that. It's just so fucking wild.
You're touching on a very important thing. That is that Bitcoin harmonizes every kind of relationship in the entire world.
Yeah. So
well, and I was just going to say, like, the trick of this idea that once you start thinking about it and there's this sort of double turning in the idea, that like you find yourself as like this trapped economic actor that's actually like faced with the realist ethical questions of like, well, I could cut off somebody's fingers and like try to like get half their Bitcoin and like be like a real not such good person, or I could just be kind of a decent human being and be like, yo, I got these apples.
Yeah.
Like, you want to buy some? And you're like, yeah, sure. Like, I'd like to do that.
Yeah.
And to me, like, it's the projection onto the idea that actually like raises our consciousness in such a way, in addition to understanding the total impossibility that we finally overcame, and this light bulb of like, oh, this like violent apparatus of law that we use that oscillates between violent making law and violent destroying law, we finally found an ability to overcome that peacefully. And it's honestly overwhelming a lot of the times. Like, look at it and be like, this is actually it.
Yeah.
And that's part of why I got so deep into philosophy, was like, I had to know, like, is this actually what I think it is? Or is this some kind of trickery and sophistry to get me to convince myself it is? And after a decade, it seems like that it's actually real.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah, and like the thing that it implies that it's better to just interact peacefully with people rather than to be criminal against them is that criminals in the future, there was of course still be criminals and bad actors, but you remove all the intelligent bad actors. So you'll just have stupider and stupider criminals, because all the intelligent people, even the fucking psychopaths, will come to the conclusion that it's better for them to just interact peacefully with people. so you get a stupidity go up in criminals or intelligence.
Well, it's funny. You almost get like the bellwether meme with it, where like the stupidest of the criminals are going to be like, well, like we can't do anything, so we may as well just like be Bitcoiners. And same thing with the right side. Whereas the middle are like,
oh yeah,
no, there's ways to compromise, you know, and like they want to fight the system in every way.
It's always the middle of the curve that causes the most problems. You know,
every time.
Yeah, the redneck with the shotgun is as much of a Bitcoiner as the really intelligent cypherpunk. You know, so the people on the edges of the bell curve gets it. And that's
yeah, you know, and it's I don't know, but just the way that we have this system that seems to truly respect everybody in a homogenized way, at the same time, in the most extreme way, allowing for people to maintain their individuality. It seems to be taking the aborted political systems of the 20th century and fusing all of them back together through a methodology of cryptography that, I don't know, to me it seems to be the destiny of humanity for us to rise ourselves to the task to have the truest form of law for all people everywhere. And to me, more importantly, one of the things that I sometimes have this conversation with my liberal friends who want to bash on Bitcoin is I'm pedantic with them. I go, Bitcoin is not about the West. Bitcoin is about the South. And like, if you really care about these people that have suffered under the imperialism of fiat, you'll see that Bitcoin's truest mission is to liberate these 4 billion people that have had the state's foot on their neck for the last 100 years. And the bloom that's going to come out of this is incredible. And we're already seeing that on the periphery with like some of the developments that are going on in places like Africa or India or other places in the global South. And so it's amazing to see that consciousness rising and people really getting like, whoa, like we can change this nightmare that the 20th century seemed to have pushed us out into.
Yeah. We have a question here in the chat. Can you put it up, Luke? The touch on the risks, potential scenarios that could result in. Yeah, I want to answer that as best as I can. And Hodlonaut and Erik, you can fill me in if I'm wrong about some of the technicalities. But a 51% attack of the Bitcoin network would require the attacker to shadily buy mining power worth about $1 trillion. Without anyone else knowing. And then they would have to deploy all those miners all at the same time. And all they could do was one double spend in one block. and then they're thrown out of the network again. So the incentives to even try to do that are simply not there, because first of all, that even thinking of such an attack requires quite a deep understanding of how Bitcoin works. And if you have that, you're a Bitcoiner. So you don't want to attack it. So like no one has the incentive to do so. Even the most evil of cabals and governments and big corporations across the globe. First of all, they couldn't do it, and second of all, they don't really. If they understand Bitcoin, they don't have an incentive to do this, because by doing so, they'll destroy the best investment of their lives. Like I just don't see that happening. What's your thoughts, Hodlonaut?
No, I was just. I mean, I don't think they need to buy all this hashing power secretly. I think. I mean, it is maybe not. I don't know how plausible it is, but I mean, regulatory capture is an avenue that is kind of relevant here as well. Like, you know, what we saw with Marathon, who announced that they would only accept compliant transactions. They kind of backed down from it. I'm not even sure what's the status with Marathon at the moment, if they are mining OFAC compliant transactions only or not. But I mean, we could, especially with how the world is developing right now. I mean, the authoritarian, what used to be authoritarian creep, which is basically now an authoritarian sprint, could, you know, make it. I mean, as certain miners are starting to get reasonably big now. I mean, Riot, for example, is growing a lot. They look like they will, you know, resist any such regulatory shenanigans. But you never know, you know, when you have big miners operating inside the financial system, being listed and all kinds of shit. I mean, it's not too difficult to put pressure on them, but to see more than 51% of global hash rate being captured like that it's really hard to see. But I mean, maybe it's not something that should be entirely discounted either. I'm not sure.
No, good point. Erik?
Yeah, I'm much more concerned about regulatory capture, and I think the most important thing is looking back in terms of historical context. Like the 51% attack is sort of this like, look, like it's chaos, like anybody can kind of attack the network, like it's open and free for anybody to do that attack. Whereas a regulatory attack, this has a lot of the same problems that, you know, frankly, that we saw about like what happened in the Holocaust and why people conducted these massive crimes against humanity. Was like it wasn't just because it was an open-ended chaos and it was like, yeah, you can like go kill whoever you want. It was like, no, specifically people came and they're like, hey, if you don't murder all these people, we're gonna murder you. And to me, like that's what's much more dangerous, is that now we have all of these clear net miners that they'll go like, whoa, okay. But I think even in this, it extends the playing field insofar of that miners that are mining in open pools that are clear net are going to be like, hey, perhaps we should put some of our hashing power in different places. And then we also have the third layer of like, there are a bunch of unreachable nodes that like when they see the networks getting attacked, they like boot back up online. And the way that they're going to reconnect to the network is going to be in order to help it as opposed to help the attacker. So to me, the 51% attack is like it's approaching a castle with a moat with really strong walls, and they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna try to break into the castle. Well, like you're gonna kill everybody in the process on your team. So like you're welcome to. It's just kind of dumb, and you're gonna waste a bunch of money, which is really what a 51% attack is. So like, I hope that we'll actually see these sort of things, because it would be awesome to watch the state be like, yeah, we like destroyed 4% of our GDP by trying to attack the Bitcoin network. And it turns out we just can't win.
I mean, it's getting exponentially harder every year as well, because hashing power go up and the node decentralization go up. So if they should have attempted this way back, you know, and maybe someone did. I don't know if there was an actual 51% attack at some point in Bitcoin's early history. Maybe someone else knows that better than I do, but still, it just seems so like we should have seen that already. What you could attack is Bitcoin Cash, because Bitcoin and Bitcoin SV, because like, what's the mining reward for Bitcoin SV again? Hodlonaut, it's like $50 or something to bribe.
But you're trying to make money, though.
I think
the problem.
I think they're hovering just under $10 in total daily fees on the BSV network.
In total daily fees.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, good luck. Good luck surviving, Craig.
Yeah.
We've got our next guest who may be having some technical trouble, but the more famous Bitcoin Luke than me, Luke Broyles. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys at least hear me?
Oh, boy wonder, welcome.
Hey, Luke.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry about my
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm a little annoyed with this internet extension. I'm trying to get my camera lab, but anyway, that's all right. I'm still here. So thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. I have Bitcoin sunglasses on too, so you don't get to see those, but you can at least guess what color they are. So
okay.
All right.
And how are you celebrating Infinity Day?
Oh, I guess my sunglasses. my Bitcoin sunglasses. I also have a Bitcoin shirt, I guess, which is I was wearing today, not realizing it was Infinity Day this morning, but I guess it's very festive, very timely. So timely. So yeah. Maybe I should buy some Bitcoin just because.
Because why not? Look, I think both Mr. Cat and Erik needs to drop out pretty soon. So yes, do you have any final thoughts for us, gentlemen, before you need to drop out?
Think about how there's going to be like Bitcoin Infinity Day, like in 300 years from now, and there'll be like religious procession or whatever, and like people will probably like burn like a couple Satoshis. I don't know, it'd be great because they'll be like, remember when Bitcoin Infinity Day became it was like a festival for our peoples before they even identified as their own peoples, right? And they'll be like, yeah. So we use Infinity Day to reflect on the infinite potentiality that Bitcoin opens us up to, in the hope of creating a new community like we have, just like how great-great-grandpa did long ago, and how great Uncle Hodlonaut fought in the Fork Wars, and it'll be a time of remembrance. So I'm really looking forward to our great-great-grandchildren getting to reflect on what we've done here and making this an actual holiday for our people. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to having my brain in a literal jar by then and watching them do whatever they do. So
I'm looking forward to seeing all these massive bronze monuments of Knut Svanholm being erected all over the world.
The Space Cat is already in Riga, right? There's a Space Cat statue outside of the venue, I believe.
Yeah, I hope Norway will erect the statue of you with your guitar, like ripping all in on stage. Like, you were awesome in Prague, Knut. Fucking
that thing is
show.
happening in Riga as well. It seems Maz is putting the whole thing together, and there will be another Satoshi Nakamoto event. So we did that both in Miami and Prague, and it was fucking awesome. So looking forward to making a fool out of myself again there. I enjoyed it a lot.
I think I'll just drop here then, guys. It was cool to chat. Nice to meet you, Erik. And,
nice
Luke.
to meet you too, Hodlonaut. I'll drop out as well, gentlemen. But happy Infinity Day, and I'm happy to share the mission with all you gentlemen. Yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing you at the conferences, Erik, and Hodlonaut too, if you're coming, of course. And we have to set some time aside to have these deep philosophical things. I mean,
yes,
looking forward to that a lot.
Yeah,
me too.
See you soon, gentlemen.
Thank you both.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Luke, welcome.
Hey. Thank you. It's quite the hour to follow up those guys.
Yeah.
Thanks
so
for having me.
Yeah, no problem, man. So what does infinity day mean to you, and what does Bitcoin's infinite potential mean to you? And here's Christian as well.
Well,
Cheers, Christian.
hey.
Hey guys. Cheers.
Yeah, great. I suppose Infinity Day means to me that the true beauty and the true innovation of Bitcoin is immutable digital scarcity. You know, I get asked a lot of the time, you know, both by new people and people that are hating on Bitcoin, what's the utility of Bitcoin? What's the use case of Bitcoin? Whatever. And I think all the, whether you want to call it FUD, substantiated or unsubstantiated, you know, we have all this panic of certain banks, and now we have Binance and this and that, the other, and it's just a repeat of history that if you give humans the incentive to create infinite tokens, we'll do that. So that's the innovation of Bitcoin. It's the first time us humans have devised a way to make a series of numbers, but we can't make more of them, because if we can make more of them, then we'd make an infinite amount. So I suppose that's Infinity Day for me, that it disables humans from being able to exploit others in this fashion. So obviously there are still problems with the world, but this is a very significant achievement, at least I think. And so I'm just grateful to be here. So hey everyone in the comments, it's fun to see you all.
Great. Yeah, great to have you here.
Some good jokes.
Let me introduce another guest here. This is my good friend Christian. He's the CEO of BTCX, and he's the real host of this event. Like there are about 40 guests out there watching the show right now. Are you enjoying the show, or have people started ignoring it?
Yeah, no, it's. I mean, actually, there are more people in the office than in the live stream, which is kind of funny. But it's hard to jump in, listen to the live stream, or talking with the people in the office. But it's really good talking. There's a lot of Bitcoin only companies coming here who's established in Sweden, and people are doing businesses around the corner, and new deals are being made. So we're definitely building a stronger Bitcoin community business-wise at this event as well.
Great to hear. And don't believe those YouTube numbers. I wouldn't trust them. You know, there's probably thousands of people listening to this, don't you think?
Sounds good. Yeah, yes, one client in the office live streaming to 40 per person in just one. So, yeah.
And I'm also going to bring on just to expand the party just slightly even further here. We've got a new face here, actually a very new face, because he's just recently done an episode with us, but we haven't released it. This is Samson Harjunpää, who's a local Finnish Bitcoiner who we've just recently gotten connected with. So welcome Samuel, and Samuel has also a Bitcoin company here too. So let's make some little introductions and have a quick little party here.
Sure. Hello guys, happy Infinity Day.
Yeah, happy Infinity Day, Samuel. Great to have you here. So
thank you.
You're building one of those companies that are building the future. Tell us a little about Celox. And disclaimer, I really need to take a pee break now, so I'll just run out and
Sure.
You keep it going, Christian and Luke.
Roger that.
Sure. Thank you very much for having me, guys. So what we're building at Celox is sort of what I hope is to be the future of self-custody and the future of sort of cold storage and spending your Bitcoin in a way that's sort of secure and intuitive and easy to use, right? So one of the sort of narratives that I see in the space that I don't really agree with is this narrative of sort of storing your Bitcoin in a hardware wallet, right? It's like you have a hardware wallet, you put it in your closet or whatever, and that's where you store your Bitcoin. But then you kind of also need to keep your seed phrase safe, and the wallets thing is just sort of an unnecessary part of the whole equation, right? So for example, I just came from Copenhagen. My older sister had a son, and we had the baptism there. And what I did is I just gave him a metal seed storage, actually our metal seed storage, with 12 words, and obviously those 12 words are connected to a Bitcoin wallet. And whenever he gets of age to use them, he can just enter them in. So that's sort of the best way to store Bitcoin. And So the point with the wallet is to use Bitcoin. Like, what do I use my wallet for? Right? I keep it in my pocket. It has some utility. I use it. I spend money from it. And currently, most people live by the standard that you sort of have 90% of your wealth in a cold storage, cold wallet, and then maybe 10% in a hot wallet. But obviously, general purpose computers are sort of very insecure, and they're going to get exponentially more insecure as sort of artificial intelligence gets built deeper and deeper into the operating system. I'm not a big believer of sort of the Elon Musk theory here, where AI is going to completely take over. But at the same time, there's obviously a risk there, right? So it's like, let's say everyone's storing $10 on their smartphone, which basically is run by an AI. That's a pretty dangerous scenario, you know, if let's say the AI is infiltrated somehow by something bad. And that's sort of where I believe that signing devices are sort of the future of also spending Bitcoin, not just storing it.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Samuel. And you know, so I think you're bringing up some interesting ideas here. And well, okay, I actually think we've got a good person to comment on this a little bit. Luke, what are you thinking is some of the the trends these days in how AI is affecting Bitcoin and how that relates to self-custody? We got a lot of complicated things here.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, the original thread that people really like to mine, I've gone on a lot of shows talking about, is how we very probably have less in common with the future in the past. And I think AI is one of those. There are multiple of them, which is the incredible thing. But I think that's one of those things that we just are not prepared for. I think individually, like I know I'm not prepared for it, and I know therefore probably most of society isn't prepared for it. You know, I mean, what if things we just take for granted are done by robots in the future? You know, it's like, okay, we're having this call right now with all of us, and you know, what if in the future there are people that set up like automatic podcasts that have their own AI people that talk or whatever? That's an interesting thought prospect. Or what he was just saying about storing your keys and everything. I don't think AI is an existential threat to Bitcoin. I think it's a threat to many things, but I don't think it's a threat to Bitcoin. But yeah, perhaps we'll have to devise or invent solutions in the future that we can barely conceive of today. And so, you know, I'm all for people experimenting and trying things. And yeah, I think the safe assumption is to say I have no idea. and I think if any of us knew, then I think it wouldn't be nearly as big of a deal as it probably is.
Wonderful. Yeah. And hey, so like, I guess to contextualize this a little bit for people, I think I want to bring this a little bit to kind of the localness of Bitcoin as well, and building the local communities, because first of all, this is what's going on over in Stockholm with the nice party over there, which I'm jealous that I can't make it. But Samuel, you're actually vaguely my example of what's going on here in Helsinki. And even though we're not physically in the same space here, we're in walking distance of each other. I could probably look outside my window and see you. And so this is just to say we connected locally through our local meetups. We connected also through Orange Pill app, which we may or may not have some people coming on to talk a little bit about more later today. But I guess, and Luke also, I've seen you doing some really cool things. You're kind of near the Canadian border, I think, a little bit, or at least you make it up to Canada, and you're in a whole bunch of places in the States. So I guess the question to the room here is how are you finding the local connections in Bitcoin these days? Luke, maybe let's start with you there.
Yeah. I'm loving it. I was at a meetup in Traverse City last Wednesday, and I was in a meetup, a really large one with 100 people or so, just north of Lansing last weekend, with Mike Smith and a bunch of good Bitcoiners, a bunch of people from El Salvador, and then I was at the Toronto conference, the Canadian Bitcoin conference back in June. So, I've heard the rumor that there are more Bitcoin meetups in Michigan per capita than anywhere else in the country. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard a couple people say that now. So I think Michigan's doing pretty well. I don't know exactly why that would be. I think perhaps because there's a lot of blue collar folks here, or a lot of people that have their own wineries or farms or whatever. I think probably Michigan has that kind of feeling. Perhaps, with our automotive background too, maybe we have a bit of a distrust in large corporations anyway. I don't really know, but here in Michigan it's great. And I hope that it continues to get better. But the other thing too is that all these groups, it's not even the size they are today. It's just how quickly they've grown in the last 2 years. That's the amazing thing. That one group with 100 people, they were like a quarter of that a year ago. Some of these groups are brand new in the last year. Other groups, have gone up 5x or, doubled in the last year or two, despite Bitcoin price being down in the bear market. So, I think it's great.
Great.
How's it going over in Sweden, guys?
Yeah, let me introduce you to Christian a bit more properly here. So Christian, you've been the CEO of BTCX for. Many people don't know this, but I think the BTCX is probably the oldest Bitcoin exchange in the world at this point, right?
I think so. Yes.
You started around the same time as Mt. Gox, so you've been around since forever. First of all, what made you start the business in the first place? How did you find Bitcoin, and what? I know you're a professional nerd. You're like a quantum physicist or something like that. That's your master's degree or whatever.
Yes.
So how did you fall into this rabbit hole? What happened?
Yeah, it's actually it was. I have to give credit to the banks. They're doing a great job in being terrible. Which is actually pushing people into options and exploring new stuff. And this is exactly what happened to me. I had a problem. I'm not going into exactly what problem, but it was a business problem, and the banking situation could not solve it. And I was, I'm a nerd, yes, still am, and went to an open source free software meet in Stockholm, in a basement somewhere in Stockholm. And I was complaining about the banking situation, and this guy next to me like, hey, have you heard about Bitcoin? It's open source money. And I love open source. I was like, open source and money, I don't need a bank. I could run it from my terminal and send money to someone else in the internet. I was blown away instantly
by the sheer fact that there was open source money.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And what made you start the exchange then? Like, what was that process like? What led you up to that decision to start it? Because this is Swedish Bitcoin history for sure. It's like the first exchange in Sweden, right?
Yeah.
And when was that? 2011 or something ridiculous like that?
Yeah, so it was spring 2011. I think Bitcoin was hovering just about below $1, and it was kind of hard to say that Bitcoin had a market price, because there was basically just one exchange, and that was Mt. Gox in Japan. So it was that was what we had, and it was basically I wanted to buy Bitcoin. I was mining Bitcoin with my laptop. You could do that for a while, and it was quite funny. But if you wanted to actually buy Bitcoin, it was very difficult. So I did all the hassle, sent money to Japan, got my Bitcoin, and this was actually my second epiphany, when I actually at this time the Bitcoin wallet didn't wait for a confirmation. As soon as the Bitcoin transaction hit the mempool, it was in your wallet to spend. So I'd waited for a week to get my funds to Japan. I bought my Bitcoin and took withdraw from Mt. Gox to my own wallet. And I didn't even have time to let go of my mouse pointer until it plinged in my wallet. And I was like, holy crap.
After having waited for 2 weeks to get the money, the fiat money to Japan.
Yes.
Yeah.
And at that instant, I realized this is going to change the world forever.
Yeah. So that's when you decided to start the exchange.
Well, not really, but
No,
I was like, okay,
okay.
I have to get other people to have the same experience.
Yeah.
So but not the experience of waiting 10 days for the money to go to Japan. So basically, I just sent a lot of money to Japan, to the Mt. Gox account. And then when people wanted to buy Bitcoin, I sent them. So in the beginning, I was actually sending Bitcoin from my own account in Mt. Gox to other people. And then it evolved into a business after a while.
All right. And did you ever take self-custody instead of, leaving them on Mt. Gox?
Yeah, well, we haven't really learned that lesson. Mt. Gox was the big first lesson learned about self-custody. I mean, they had Yubico, two-factor authentication. It was this classical, they had a really, big bank vault door, but the rest of the garden was just, an inch high, little, I don't know what to call it, but low security.
An inch high fence, maybe. Yeah.
Exactly, thank you.
So if you had just withdrawn all the Bitcoin and taking self-custody of them,
yes,
instead of starting the exchange,
yes,
and just hid in the shadows for 12 years, you probably have more Bitcoins than Sailor at this point.
I would be some kind of quadruplicillionaire.
Imagine that.
Yes.
But instead, you chose the altruistic route of spreading Bitcoin to the Swedish population.
Yes.
And you told me a number earlier today or yesterday, which was I found very interesting, and that's you've had around 300,000 clients over the years.
Yes.
Which means that there are Bitcoins in at least 300,000 Swedish hands, or 600,000 because people have two hands normally. But you're not the only exchange. There was quite early on, there was an offshoot of BTCX that started another exchange, right?
Yes.
Safello.
Yes.
So they, if we just take it that there's some overlap between the clients, but if we assume that Safello has an additional 100,000 over the years, because they also started pretty early on, and an additional 100,000 Swedes might have acquired Bitcoin by some other means.
Like local Bitcoin was really big in Sweden.
Local Bitcoins was huge until the police shut it down, sort of.
It started in Finland.
Yeah, yes. But the point I'm trying to get to here is that if 500,000 Swedes have Bitcoin, which is very likely, that means that what's that? 5% of the population, right? Because there's 10 million people in this country. To me, what that sounds like is that 5% of the population have the means of are able to buy stuff for Bitcoin, goods and services, and 100% of the population are able to accept Bitcoin because all they have to do is download the goddamn wallet.
Yes.
So in theory, at least, this thing is already possible in this country alone. Like we could hop over to a Bitcoin standard pretty quickly if people just started to accept Bitcoin for the goods and services. And there's absolutely nothing no one can ever do about that. And I know you're being an official company and everything. You've run into a bunch of legal trouble and you've battled all of these stupid institutions for years. Instead of using your physics degree for some physics stuff, you've been forced to become a sort of legal warrior instead, and a face on TV and all sorts of stuff that you didn't really necessarily want to be. Where was I going with that? There's so many people dropping in now, so
yeah, we've got a couple of new guests here, and while we're doing that quickly, I'd like to just check. Luke, I thought we'd lost you a couple of times there. Everything's still good over there? Oh, we can't hear Luke either. So that's okay. That's okay. If Luke comes back, we'll bring him back in. Samuel, hopefully you're hanging out still for a little bit, but we've got Anil, the author of the Bitcoin Handbook, and Matteo. You used to be the CEO of the Orange Pill app, but now you're not anymore. Is that right?
I'm unemployed. You guys have a job for me?
Good to see you guys. Let me just finish this question here real quick.
All right.
We'll get into your stuff.
Was there a question in there?
There's a question somewhere. I mean, so the exchange have been forced to do all sorts of KYC and AML measures.
Yes.
But the way you explained it to me and the way I understand it is like, basically, if you never touch the banking system, but you stay within the circular Bitcoin economy, there's no one that's ever going to come to look for you anywhere. Like no matter how KYC'd your coins are, because they just don't care as long as you don't buy a yacht for them. Like, is there some truth to that? Or what's your view on that?
It's a good question. I mean, if you see Bitcoin as a currency, and if you consume the currency, it's not seen as a sale of capital. I mean, capital gains we're talking about. But if you view it as like an asset and you do capital gains on every Bitcoin transaction, then you actually might be liable to pay tax for it. But I think, I mean, the Swedish tax authority are quite sure that, yes, you have to pay capital gains on all Bitcoin transactions. Yeah. But if you look at the history, they have lost each and every battle in court because they have been proven wrong every time. When I started the exchange, they say, hey, Bitcoin is like something digital product. It's 25% VAT on it. You should put VAT. And I was like, you're fucking stupid. I will not put VAT on it. And then another ludicrous in Gothenburg actually took the tax authority to court just in this question. And he won each and every step up to the EU, highest court of EU, where the tax authority, the Swedish tax authority, actually lost. So no, there's no VAT on Bitcoin. But this just shows that the tax authority in Sweden, at least, don't know shit about Bitcoin, but they want to tax shit.
Yeah, that's their purpose. And I think also that there's no legal precedent for chain anal companies, those chain anal companies that survey the blockchain, that they have no. There's no clear court case where they have been viewed as valid evidence anywhere in the world, really, and they never. Their software is closed source, so a court would be really stupid to make a decision based on whatever chain anal says.
Yeah. Well, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, it's actually. I mean, you could battle that in court. What is proof or not? I mean, if you look at the history of Sweden, we had the Pirate Bay springing up from Sweden, and for a while, just having a screenshot of someone's IP address was proof.
So you're basically rolling a dice when you go to court anyway.
Yes,
because of the corruption. And I know that you love Bitcoin because it battles corruption a lot. I mean,
it does. And it also made me realize how much I hate corruption, because running a Bitcoin company in Sweden makes you go head to head with the corruption in Sweden. And it's apparently the banks and the government is in bed and wanting to push out Bitcoin from the system, and they actually break the law to do this. And this is like, I wanted to, when I started my journey, I wanted to share the experience, as I said, of wonderful having a Bitcoin standard and global system. But most of my work is currently how to combat the Swedish corruption. And we have the oldest running, still run Bitcoin company in Sweden, and we have the oldest running central bank in the world in Sweden. So it's
all right, guys. Hey, I think maybe we'll circle back with you, Christian, but we need to pay some attention to Matteo and Anil. Thanks, you guys, for coming on.
Yeah, good call. Good call, Luke. I was just about to do that. Welcome, Matteo, and welcome, Anil. And happy Bitcoin.
Hey, guys. Good to be here.
And Luke is just saying he's got to go. Thanks a lot, Luke, and sorry for the technical trouble. Please send a picture though of you in the Bitcoin glasses, and we'll put it up on the screen here. Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Thanks so much for coming on, Luke. Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, Matteo, Anil, hello. Thank you for joining us.
Gentlemen,
Pleasure to
great
be here, guys.
Yeah,
Yes,
Anil,
thank you.
you have a book out. Is there anything about Infinity Day in it's sort of like a children's book because it's mostly pictures, even though it's a great children's book, like the best one. It's for adult children, you could say. And it's one of my, I mean, your little illustrations depicting how Bitcoin works is one of my favorite things in the Bitcoin space. And I know there's something about Bitcoin's infinite potential in one of the drawings with these crossing supply and demand curves. What's your view on this, and what's your view on Bitcoin's infinite potential?
I mean, yeah, we're all contributing to educating the public around the similar message of that your fiat's going to zero in a long enough time frame in terms of purchasing power. So here's an alternative. You might want to check it out. So yeah, I'm just one of many on the good fight.
So is Bitcoin only going to infinity because fiat is actually going to zero? Is that all there is to it?
Well, I mean, you look at any dominant digital network, and as we've moved from analog to digital, the pie grows. Friction decreases. There are new opportunities that open up. Infinity in today's terms will grow over time, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, that's a great answer. We have two guests from the Orange Pill app, and that's Matteo and Brian. Welcome back to the show, guys. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to be here.
And we've heard that you work for a dating app. Can you explain the concept of the dating app? Maybe Brian is the guy to ask for that because no one understands what Matteo said anyway.
Dang.
Sorry,
Shots fired. Oh my goodness.
No, that was too mean of me. Ouch! I shouldn't do that. Yes, can you give us the?
I'll just be silent. I'm gonna move my mouth, and you guys can talk.
No, it's just because of your good looks. I'm envious of your good looks, Matteo. That's why. Be mean. So yeah, Brian, can you tell us about the Orange Pill app?
Yeah, well, Matteo and I actually met through the Orange Pill app. It is kind of whatever you call it, a dating app, whatever you want. It's the tool if you want to meet other Bitcoiners in real life. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. I think people, they say, oh, is it social media? Is it the next TikTok? No, it's none of that. It's literally just to facilitate in real life connections. It's so part of the Bitcoin ethos. We've all been to Bitcoin conferences or meetups or those types of things. Bitcoiners that have done those things, that have met other Bitcoiners in real life, they've recognized that there's something magic that happens when you connect with other people. These live streams, these are cool. This is all part of the equation. But the Bitcoin social layer, in order to make it fully robust, online connections are part of it. But if we don't have in real life connections, we're missing a piece of the puzzle. If we want this parallel economy, this circular economy to happen, it's going to happen online, but it's also going to happen offline and in person. So that's what we're building here, is the physical infrastructure of the rest of what's happening in Bitcoin.
Let me just jump here real quick, Brian. You'll like this. Is that me and Samuel? We didn't actually meet through Orange Pill app. I have to be honest, but we really did connect through an Orange Pill app meetup. We set up an Orange Pill app meetup in Tampere, Finland, the sauna capital of the world, which you'll love, Brian. You have to come and have a real Finnish sauna.
Okay.
And so we ended up driving back to Helsinki together, and Samuel has a great I don't know. I don't really want to draw attention to that. Samuel is a young guy and is all in on Bitcoin and has a Bitcoin company even, and we connected through Orange Pill app, and so I just want to highlight that. And quickly, Samuel, can you give a little bit about what you're doing through all this?
Sure. So basically, we're developing a next generation hardware wallet. We believe that sort of the way you secure keys is kind of the most important thing in Bitcoin, and also the way you spend Bitcoin and the future of that is very important. And currently we're selling a seed phrase storage. I can actually pull one up here. It's called Yoki's. It's like 3 stainless steel plates and an electric engraver that sort of works very much like writing on paper, right? So you just write ahead, and maybe I'll see you guys in Riga. I'll be there with Luke and Knut, and maybe I'll get to show you the prototype of the hardware wallets and also the seed storage.
Thanks a lot, Samuel. And yeah, so we connected properly through Orange Pill app, so just wanted to highlight that, you guys.
That's great. And Matteo, well, sorry about that comment. I instantly regretted it.
Honestly, I didn't even catch all of it, but that's okay. I watched the recording later.
But we had a couple of very interesting conversations about Noster lately, and about the economic model of Noster, and how we are not 100% Noster pilled yet. And why is that? Can you give us the TLDR of that thesis on why the economic model of Noster doesn't really make sense, or at least should be allowed to be questioned?
Yeah, let's get more in trouble with Noster people. I love that.
It's fired already. Like, let's go. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. I mean, it's I think it's I guess a criticism of a model that a lot of Bitcoiners love, and that maybe that's going to help them build a better model, right? So let's start with saying that I think there should be a social media protocol that is completely uncensorable, and anybody can run it. I think that's, as an idea, it's great. The way Noster work, as far as I can tell, is kind of backwards of everything that Bitcoin, everything that Bitcoin is all about, like censorship resistant. You can see as a service that somebody is providing to you, which in the case of Bitcoin is the miners, and as economic actor, everybody is looking for their own interest and have the incentive model. So you pay the fee to the network, and then the network provides you the service, which is transmitting value to A to B in an adversarial environment. And Noster is literally the opposite of that, because the person receiving the censorship-resistant service is the one that it's not paying for the service. So the relays and the clients have to bear the cost of providing censorship-resistant, while the users are not paying. And so the economic model is completely like upside down. And so that's why I predicted a long time ago that, the relays are not going to be, they're going to get centralized. You're going to see the replication of all the mainstream problems of social media. And I think this is already happening. But, the bottom line is, like, without an embedded economic model in the protocol, like Bitcoin has, where you have to pay to interact with the network, you cannot have censorship resistance, because there is no economic incentive for the people providing the resistance to give you that service. And so, that's, that was always me, my like, how does this work if the relays have to pay for your censorship resistance when it should be the other way around?
Yeah, so I'm finding it hard to wrap myself around this as well, and I'm not that well read up on Noster. I should do my homework more. But to me, it seems like the flip side of not your keys, not your coins is sort of like not your coins, not your information. So if it's not a Bitcoin key, it's not your information. You're just giving it away to someone else. And if you're not paying, it's like the saying goes, if it's free, you're the product. So it's also why you chose to have a monthly fee for Orange Pill app?
Well, there's a lot of reason, there's a lot of reason why we choose the paywall. Definitely one is because, as in my view, to be a Bitcoin company, you cannot monetize user data and sell it to advert. It's completely anti-Bitcoin. In my view, Bitcoin is like, I provide you value. If you think that's value, then you have to pay me. That's simple as that, like value for value. So that's one of the reasons why, okay, what business model can work with Orange Cloud, right? It's many business models you can go down the list. And I was like, there is only one that could possibly work, which is you pay to join the network. Again, kind of like Bitcoin, right? Because people don't, I've been talking with a lot of Bitcoiners lately, like even like people that their job is to talk about Bitcoin. And I asked that question is Bitcoin free or is Bitcoin paywall? And everybody starts saying, oh yeah, Bitcoin is free. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? It's not free. It's probably the most expensive technology to use ever. You know, you have to buy tokens, which is definitely not free. Either you pay with fiat or you pay with energy. And then you have to pay the miners to use the network, which is definitely not free. In fact, the reason why Bitcoin works is because it's not free. If it was free, like the airdrops and the stake, people stake, then we know what's going to happen. So yeah, the paywall for me was like very Bitcoin aligned. Also, you know, running a social network, it's probably one of the business that you have little control on quality of the product, because the product is not like, if you write a book, you have full control on what you write. Or if you make a t-shirt, or if you build anything, you have, or an hardware wallet, right? Running a social network, you have little control. Like, you don't know the people that are going to join, if they're going to be nice to each other, and if they're going to be friendly. Okay, so one way to achieve kind of like quality control is to filter out the noise. And to filter out the noise, you kind of have to, you know, have to make them pay. And so that's one of the reasons why, you know, we choose the paywall. And then also it has an alignment in incentives. People join the network, and then they want the network to be successful because they already pay for it, and then they leave 5-star reviews. Yeah, the paywall, it's keep the scammers away, keep the spammers away. But yeah, it's very big. For me, it was like, okay, what is the Bitcoin business model that can possibly work? And the only thing I could think of is like, you pay and you get in, you don't pay, you don't get in. Like, simple as that.
Well, one of the things I'll add to that too. So Knut, I mean, there's lots of guys like you, these, you know, artists or authors or people that are prominent Bitcoin figures. Some of the value that they get out of this is the fact that they get messaged all the time on Twitter, but they don't, like, how do you go through your Twitter DMs and filter that out? When you're an Orange Pill app, you understand the people you're connecting with are actual Bitcoiners. It's your core demographic, right? And so that's one of the biggest pitches to either the user side of it or, you know, somebody that's more prominent coming into it. So it's a two-sided equation that benefits both people.
Yeah, and especially on this day, my DMs and notifications is just weird. But yeah, I view it as you know, aligned with the Bitcoin ethos for the simple reason that it's quality over quantity. So you get the quality network instead of the quantity network, and that's worth a lot. It's maybe you want a bit of both, and there's nothing stopping you from using both X and Orange Pill app and Noster. I mean, so yeah, quality over quantity.
Here, I'll just chime in here, because not only do we have a great new guest, welcome Jeff Booth, but I'll just quickly check in with our guests who are already here. Samuel, I know you got to run here, so thanks for coming on, Samuel, and we'll be seeing you shortly in your own episode on the show in a couple of weeks. So thanks.
Sure, guys. Thanks. It was a pleasure. Hope to see you all in Riga.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it, Samuel.
Thanks, Samuel.
Yeah. Welcome, Jeff.
Good to be here. Thanks.
It's been way too long.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, we're having a discussion about Noster, and I know you're a big Noster fan. So I'd love to get your opinion on this, because we see flaws in the economic model of Noster, that it will basically we're worried that it will eventually run into the same problems as all the other social networks, because it's sort of like the SMTP or it's some other protocol on the internet that sooner or later just converges into these monolithic structures. Because if you as the user, if you're not paying for the service, the relays sort of have the control of your data. I don't know if you heard Matteo's TLDR of the theory here before you hopped
Yeah,
in.
I did, or a little bit of it. So some of this will be monetized, and it'll just be monetized. So there's different monetization means of this. But again, if you just kind of go to top, same thing is exactly happening on Bitcoin. In a world where Bitcoin is a financial system, then prices tend towards the marginal cost of production, and the marginal cost of production is of some of these apps is zero. So they're free. And then where people, so there will always be relays that'll kind of have try to make the trade-off to be able to do a whole bunch of things for free to monetize somewhere else. And then there'll be relays that charge you, and people will make a choice on what they want. And that's going to be a messy kind of transition, just like it's a messy transition to Bitcoin, because most of the people, if you said what's happening on X, most of the people are unaware that they're paying a high cost for using it for free. Most people on Facebook are unaware that they're paying an extraordinarily high cost in their life. They're just not measuring all of the entire cost of what they're getting, and because very few people are able to step out of that, they just reinforce the existing network. They're doing the same thing on the US dollar network. They're doing the same thing on Twitter. They're doing or X now. They're doing the same thing, and they think that there's a free lunch, and they're getting farmed. So in the entire model in the new world we're moving to looks different, where the productive capacity of the globe works for people and bringing down the price. But it's such a mental shift that people are having a hard time with that. In fact, even if you looked at Bitcoin's security model in mining, I would say a huge number of people misjudge. They think that you need more different things at the base layer to be able to pay for the security, because they're measuring Bitcoin price through a fiat lens, where this it's in fact infinity day, right? the amount of Bitcoin that you'll mine later on will be worth so much, even the smaller amount, that it'll pay for the security model. So I think that transition is extraordinarily hard for people to understand, because most of the time they're still living in the fiat world, measuring everything in fiat and measuring all these models, and they don't measure the true cost of what's happening.
So let me try to wrap this around my head. So you see Nostr as having the same problems, sort of the same problems as the old social media apps during the transition. But after the transition, it's a way better, foundation to build stuff on.
Yeah, well, I would say there's a whole bunch of ideas on how to monetize right now, and the free market is going to come in, and Orange Pill app is doing one of those ideas to monetize. And if they're right, and people like that idea, they're going to create a whole bunch of value for them and their users. And if there's
already are.
yeah, exactly. And so that is one idea to monetize that. Some relays will charge, some relays will do it free and charge somewhere else by essentially similar to today on social media. You'll be using something for free, but it'll either be less valuable than something that you're paying for, or they'll be monetizing you somewhere else. And then there's just a whole bunch of reinvention of business models that work inside an environment where prices trend towards the marginal cost of production.
So
Can I jump in? Sure. Hey, Jeff, good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
So of course, relay can monetize. That's fine. Anybody can monetize, actually. Twitter is monetizing as well. So the fact that you can monetize, it doesn't really add any value to the product, just like you can pay. My problem with Nostr is like at the protocol level. So forget about who's gonna monetize and who's not gonna monetize. The user is not paying for the censorship resistant, unlike in Bitcoin, where the user have to pay the miner fees, otherwise the transaction doesn't go through. In Nostr, as far as I understand, the censorship resistant is provided by the relays and the clients, and they're paying for the server costs and the infrastructure and all of that. And the user, they can choose to pay if they want to, which obviously, as we know, like imagine if Bitcoin was built like, oh yeah, you have some miners and some miners are doing for free and some miners you have to pay them. I don't think Bitcoin will ever work if you had that model. And so how do you see
let's just go
at the
back
protocol level, the
So-
censorship resistant not being paid by the users, but by the relays and the clients.
Okay, so let's go back to in first principles on our way here. If you only had money, separated, if Bitcoin was separated, but all communication channels were controlled by centralized organizations, what do you think the U.S. government would do to GitHub, everything else, to be able to stop technology from moving? Right? They would set a cease and desist, and this can't be shown on GitHub, and those would be closed down. And the communication. So realize that the world we live in has to be centralized in order to essentially steal money from others. The productive capacity of the world should be flowing to us in the form of lower prices, and it's not. And the only way that works is to remove individual rights and freedoms and centralize further. And all of the big tech firms are, I want to be careful, but they're part of that. Because if they're not part of it, then they will be censored themselves. So it is a part of what we're saying. So if you don't have something that's decentralizing communications and rebuilding this from the base layer up, then that would look like a really bad day, because all of your communication, everything you see, would be manipulated. Now take that a step further and say artificial intelligence can change people's minds and decide over time, and you just create an algorithm that says ensure people change their minds on this, and it'll do whatever it needs to be able to optimize that at scale for no cost in a centralized system. That is where we're going without things like Nostr. So Bitcoin is important because it's the base layer of critical. It's a base layer of NUMA, it's a base layer of a new peer-to-peer internet. But you need communication channels that are outside of this existing communication channels. And it's too easy to, so if you take the other side of Orange Pill app and said, if you were sufficiently centralized and everything else that was a walled garden, you too, Matteo, would be censored by the state. That's what would happen.
Well, maybe you missed that part. What I said, we should have a protocol for decentralized social media. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I'm just saying the theory is great. The practice of Nostr, as far as I can tell, it's non-scalable, and it's not going to be censorship resistant, because then you're going to have relays which are bearing the cost of transmitting these nodes, between NPub. At some point, they have to you're in VC, you're in technology, so you know how this works. Like, you have to monetize, and you have to do what Twitter is doing, or Facebook, like monetize the data and starting to the highest bidder, which is one model. They have to charge the user, which is what we do, which is why we don't have ads. So we started from day one. It's like, if you want to pay, you get in. If you don't want to pay, you don't get in. There's no exception to that, because the moment you let people in for free, and I've done the test myself sometimes, and I always regret it. I let people in for free, and they say, "Oh, but now you have to pay." They say, "Oh, actually, I don't really want to pay." So we know humans, if given the alternative of not paying, we always choose the not paying option.
I guess what I'm getting at is you are one business in millions of businesses that are going to try different things.
Yeah.
And it is not one thing that'll work. It is a combination of a whole bunch of different things, and the market will choose. That's what'll happen. And even on the relays, if the market chose, I'm going to centralize into 3 big relays, and that's what happened, that is a very real risk, because that would be censored. I don't think the market's going to choose that. I think it's going to be so easy to spin up relays that it's going to be like a Tor network that you can't stop this. And I think eventually what will happen is people will drive their own to be able to store their most important information, and there will be a way to do that that's really simple. Today, there's not a way to do that that's really simple, but it becomes a market opportunity to be able to create that, and it could go along your umbrella or something like that. And now all my passwords, anything else, is stored locally on mine, and I pay for my own storage.
Well, by the way, we don't have a feed in Orangeville app, so there is no feed. We're not a social media app. It's a social network because there's no feed. It's all about DM and meeting in real life. So I wouldn't even consider Orangeville app as one of the alternatives to social media at all. But back to Nostr, and I'm just curious, like from first principle, how do you see the censorship resistance of a net? I know you think a lot about system, and that's why I love your book so much. And I've learned a lot from that book. One of my probably top 5 books I ever read. As a system, when you see that there is no embedded economic model, which as far as I know, that's what brings the security model. In Bitcoin, you have the rewards, the block reward with abstract miners, which are the security model. If you don't have the embedded economic model, how could you have the security model, which is what it's actually, which brings the censorship resistance from a first principle system level thinking?
Yeah, so I'm actually not sure that I know, because it's essentially tied to Bitcoin, that will emerge out of what we're talking about. It could I say it's there? Right? Nostr's really early, but it's not just going to replace, like we're talking right now in social networks and such. That is not, I'll use this as a different example. When other phone companies were competing again before Apple was in the play, everybody was selling a phone. Then Apple came, and it was a totally different communication device that was everything. And so right now, as Nostr is emerging, what's happening is everybody's taking their bias. Oh, this works in this old world. Let's create the new one over here. And that's what happened in the web too. As this emerges, you're going to see, I can do this on Bitcoin, add Fedi or Fediment, and this, and you're going to create something totally new. I don't know what that totally new looks like yet, but I know that that's where we're going. That's where we're going. And some of the most exciting things will be things we can't even think about today, that are enabled from protocol design that is based on first principles, that allow us to think differently about how we construct the future.
If we go back to Twitter, when Twitter announced that they're going to be more free speech, I guess after Elon took over, that he promotes himself as a free speech maximalist in this. Is all he's doing, just raising the costs for governments to censor the platform? Is that the game he's playing? What do you think?
So if you were a narcissist and you believed you were required to save the world, then and a whole bunch of people said how smart you are and how great you are and everything else, it could feed that same thing. I think that's what Twitter is. I think that Musk, through his early days before X today, where X was before PayPal, he knew. I saw an interview way back then where he knew about the Cantillon effect or Cantillon effect, and why he needed to be at the top of the stack. And that's going way back. To think he doesn't understand money is wildly naive. So if he understands money and he understands how that works, then he must understand how Bitcoin works as well to steal that power. And he also must understand that if he creates something himself to be able to tie it to, that's why he's tried so hard. That's why I think he talks about Doge all the time. That's why this is talk about, use essentially the model that everybody's mad at to say you're going to fix it to consolidate power. Exact same way a politician and a fiat system steals power from people by telling everybody else how they're going to fix it, and then they consolidate power. I think that's all that's happening in X, and I think people that are leaning into that and spending all their time there are just making them stronger. And both sides of that, if you're yelling at him on that platform, or if you love him on that platform, you're making it stronger. Similar to the existing fiat world, it can't be fixed from the system, and so you'd just have to go, what are the odds? No, what are the probabilities that he just doesn't know? I'd say exceptionally small. And so if he knows and he chooses to do this, then you know everything you need to know. Then you need to move faster to build the alternative. I would virtually, but if you look at the people, both sides of this argument, similar, exactly the same argument that's happening in the political system on both sides of it, politicians thinking that they could solve the system globally everywhere, and how people get so emotional about that, and they just make it stronger. That's what's happening in this. And network effects don't die overnight. Network effect of the US dollar is not going to die overnight. People think that we're going to have hyper Bitcoinization tomorrow. I suspect it's not going to happen. The network effect of X is not going to be gone tomorrow. And why do you believe it? Just look around and look at how many people are yelling at that system and making it stronger in doing so. How do you change that? You spend as much time in the alternative system.
Yeah, for the same reason, this is the reason why I tell people not to engage with shitcoiners at all. Like, do not retweet them, no matter how stupid their tweets are. They're playing the engagement game, and that's like,
yeah. Udi, I can't believe how many people make him stronger. Like, he would be nobody would listen to a thing he said if people just tuned out. He trolls everybody, and they repost his stuff because of it. They make him a hero.
And to a certain extent, that goes for Elon as well. He's a master troll in that sense. He's great at getting the engagement by being just the right amount of provocative. And it's like when I saw an Udi tweet today when he says, now we're talking about him, so we're reinforcing his message somehow. But this is just an example of why you shouldn't retweet or why you shouldn't debate with people on the internet that are wrong. Because he said something that the leadership in Bitcoin is a problem because we don't have a clear leadership. And he said later that when someone pointed out that that's the whole point, he said, well, I'm not against no leaders, I'm just against no leadership. Like, you could have one without the other. And it's such a, it's engagement farming. And people don't see through it. Why is that the case?
Knut, sorry, can I jump in real quick?
Absolutely. I mean, We haven't let you in for ages, so absolutely.
No, that's all right. Great conversation, but I think we're feeding into it now, right? Even just talking about it. I mean, if someone knows that a particular strategy to get engagement by creating drama works, they're going to keep doing it. And this is something that only works in the current fiat system, which is, eyeball and ad based. And it's great that we're building products and protocols and moving away from that. But also, I think the sad part about all of this is the concept of audience capture. And look at the way in which someone like Anudi, their audience will shape them over time. And it's unfortunate because they're only going to trend in one direction. And, Shane Parrish has this great quote that I always go back to, and it's that bad people will eventually destroy themselves. And I don't wish harm on anyone, but you can kind of protect people from those people. But on a long enough time frame, they're creating their own hell that they have to then live in.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't worry too much about them.
Yeah, very, very good point. Because as a now content creator, we've been doing this show for a year, and it's been pretty successful. We've grown over time, and the bigger we get, the more I feel these incentives. I realize why quote unquote influencers get the way they tend to turn into whatever they turn into, because the incentives are very strong. Because if you figure out a way to hack the system and engagement farm, you get to talk to more people because you're a bigger name, and you get to, and there's value in that. I find you guys insanely valuable to me because you're part of this great network, and doing this Freedom Footprint show, part of it is just that I want to reinforce my connections with other Bitcoiners that I like. And it seems like the bigger you get, the more you get to talk to people. So there's a clear incentive to engagement farm, but we try our best to not fall into those traps and to not promote products we don't like, and to avoid, to keep our integrity high. But I understand why that battle is so hard for a lot of people on the internet, because that battle is so tempting.
It depends what game you're playing. So, Jeff, nice to meet you for the first time.
Yeah,
we
you too.
live in the same city, and Jeff wrote the foreword for a book I put out very graciously. He didn't know me. I have a huge amount of respect for Jeff. His book was very influential in my thinking. And if I was ever going to get his attention, I would have to demonstrate integrity over time, sustained integrity. So it's a completely different game than most people are playing on the internet. Are you trying to build the biggest audience you can, quantity over quality? Or are you trying to demonstrate value to other high integrity people that will then hold you accountable? And then hopefully in the future, you just have a lower stress life because your relationships are just of a higher quality and caliber.
Yeah, but it's so hard though for me, for instance, to move away from Twitter when all my following is on Twitter. Everyone who discovered me from out of nowhere was on Twitter, so they do have the network effect to their advantage there. So for me, it's very hard to move away from that platform and move over to Nostr and other things. So what are your thoughts on that, Jeff?
Start moving. So it's exactly the same thing that you're saying in Bitcoin. It's very hard for a whole bunch of people to move their time and energy outside of the existing fiat thing because their politics are there, their energy is there, their job is there, and everything else. And if they stay trapped there, their life is going to get worse and worse inside that system. So I know it's hard. That's what gives it strength. That's why we give it strength. So every time you post, you should bias to Nostr first, and you should, if you want to pull people there, tell them why you're there. Because as more people, same reason you're in Bitcoin, Knut, because you were there first, because you understand what it means for humanity, where we're going. And that's you could say the exact same thing for where Nostr is. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's not Nostr. Maybe it's something else. But communication has to be decentralized as well, because if it's controlled, we know where that goes.
Yeah, because I agree with some of Matteo's points as well. I'm not entirely convinced about Nostr yet and about the underlying economic models. I think there are at least questions that ought to be raised about it. And as you say, it might be something else than Nostr, but it might be another protocol that actually has sats in the base layer of the protocol rather than being built on top. But I don't know what that solution is. And for what it's worth, I think Twitter for now, and hanging out with Bitcoiners on Twitter, it's still a good alternative for me as we move along into whatever. But we are doing as many pure Bitcoin platforms as we can. Fountain being a very big part of the success of the Freedom Footprint show, and they're an entirely Bitcoin-based system. So we're trying to move over to as much as we can to the future instead of the past.
Yeah, and again, how could you expect? So the same thing that you're doing in Bitcoin, you're educating more people on why that's critical. You know for sure that if you're educating people on X and you're spending that time in X, yes, there's probably more people there to get to the Bitcoin audience, but you probably, if they're stuck there, they're going to see less and less over time. They're going to see more and more of what Elon wants.
Yeah, those are very good points. And Luke, we should start working on at least being more active on Nostr in parallel to X here in the beginning, and see where it leads us.
Knut, let me make one more point. If I can.
Yeah, Matteo, sorry. I know you've got a point here. I know you've got a point here, but I think
I got many points. Don't worry.
Anil has to run, I think. So Anil, thank you very much for joining us. Much appreciated. Let's chat and connect again.
Hey, Anil, great seeing you. We got to get together in Vancouver.
Absolutely, Jeff. Happy Bitcoin Infinity Day, everyone. Take care. All the best.
Thank you so much, Anil, and sorry for not meeting you. There's sort of a crowded room at this hour.
All good. Just speaks to the popularity of the movement, right? Okay.
Thanks. Take care. And well, I guess we've got two new guests at least showing up here. Max, we've actually been having technical issues in the background for a little bit, so thank you for joining. And I see Samson, not with video yet, but we've got a real crowd in the room here now. So thanks so much for joining us, everyone.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me. Happy Bitcoin Independence Day or Infinity Day. And let's keep making the infinity meme true.
And Samson, thanks for joining us. Are you at an airport?
Yes, I am. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm just using this speaker.
Yeah. It's good. We hear you better than Max, actually, but good to see you guys.
Yeah.
And I knew you were going to be in an airport, Samson.
Yeah, I had to make an exception.
Yeah, we're playing Nirvana songs in Riga. Did you hear?
No, I didn't.
No, but we're supposed to. It's happening there too.
I thought you were not going to Riga.
I am going to Riga. Are you going to Riga? Of course you're.
I'm not.
No, you're not? Why not? Who's
Just
going to
wasn't
fill
in
in
the cards. I think you'll find somebody. There's lots of talented people there.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, we've got quite a full room here right now. So here, Matteo, can you touch on whatever you were last going to talk about?
Yes, that's something really quick, and then unfortunately I have to jump off as well. One of the things that maybe Jeff can riff on this is that, as you know, one of the fascinating that I always have with Bitcoin is that you had a system that has taken humans completely out of the loop. When it comes to like the economic model, right? You have to pay the fees to the miners. You have no option not to pay. The fees are set by the protocol. There is nobody saying, no, you know, today you pay these fees and tomorrow you change the fee. So I think one of the genius part of Satoshi is take humans out of the loop completely, set the protocol, set the rules, and then let it run. And when I look at Nostr, it's like, take the humans, put it back into the loop, the humans that runs the relays and the humans that run the clients. And I'm like, if we could have censorship resistant by trusting humans, then we wouldn't need Bitcoin to begin with.
Well, so there's still people in the loop in Bitcoin. All of us are in the loop, holding the rules of Bitcoin, right? And unwilling to make, hopefully unwilling to make too many compromises on the base layer to risk centralization. And there's a whole bunch of economic actors in people trying to make money in mining. So why is that different than economic actors trying to make money in relays?
So imagine well, first of all, we know how hard it is to change the rules in Bitcoin. And we all done that test in 2017, you know, the block size worse. Even if you had a lot of power, you still couldn't change the rules. So humans could not change the rules of Bitcoin, which is what makes Bitcoin, at least for me, a system that I can trust because I don't have to trust humans. And the miners do not have the power to change the block reward.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm getting at. Same as the relays don't, because the relays is just a free market that is going to emerge, and some people are going to price it high, some people are going to price it low, and they're going to offer all different services. They don't have a way to change the network. They don't
have a way to change the economic model because there isn't one.
Exactly, but again, so to be able to access the Bitcoin network, essentially, you being a part of the network model. You owning Bitcoin, there was a cost for you to buy Bitcoin or a cost for you to mine.
Yeah.
So whether there's a cost to pay for a relay, there's a cost, and whether you choose not to pay that cost and use a free relay it has to defer their cost and make money somewhere else or a different economic model, there's still a cost to use it. The difference right now is you're saying, here's what it's going to look like. It's all going to centralize because people are going to do this. And I'm saying we have no idea what it's going to look like. There's going to be people on both ends of that spectrum. People are going to charge a lot for really premium relays, and people are going to try to monetize separately for really shitty, maybe relays that are monetizing somewhere else. We don't know what that looks like, but the cost is still there. Just like the cost to enter the Bitcoin network is still there.
If I could jump in for a second.
I don't see the cost, but maybe I'm looking at the wrong place.
Brian, go ahead. But I think we've been having this conversation for about 45 minutes here. So, but Brian, you can have a last word here.
Yeah. So all I was going to say was, it really seems like the economic model is built into the first layer of Bitcoin, where the economic model of Nostr will be built into the second layer of it. So it's whether it's fundamental or built into the concrete of it. I kind of feel like with Nostr, it's like you hear these corporations talk about blockchains that don't have cryptocurrencies on them. I feel like that's what Nostr is right now. And then they're just trying to find a way to create an economic model into it, where when it's embedded into the layer one, that seems a little bit more sound. That's why what Matteo is saying really resonates with me, that it's immutable. You can't escape the economic model of Bitcoin, where Nostr could escape the economic model of whatever layer two is coming. And now I know, Jeff, you're saying that you think it still has a promising future because it's left to be told. But to me, that's what the fundamental difference is.
Yeah. Okay. I think, but here, I think maybe we can hold the Nostr Orange Twitter debate. We can finish this off another time. Maybe we'll actually do a whole separate thing here. But I think we've covered it pretty good here. So thanks guys.
Matteo and Brian, thanks so much for coming on, and happy Bitcoin Infinity Day. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. But I think the best option now is to kick these people out because the room is becoming too crowded.
Censorship.
So we're applying censorship to you guys now. And
all right, guys, great to be with you and great
Thank
for the
you so much.
today.
Guys, much love, and talk to you soon again.
Thanks a lot.
I'll catch you soon.
We'll bring
Bye
Max
bye.
and Samson in here.
Yep, agreed. Thanks a lot, you guys. And Max and Samson,
Yeah,
let's right away start with quickly. Well, not quickly. Well, whatever. But let's go right in with the big question. So, Bitcoin Infinity Day is all about celebrating the infinite potential of Bitcoin. What does that mean to you? Max or Samson, one of you go.
I'll go.
Yes, go,
So,
Samson.
First, why are you celebrating it 1 week late? It should have been on the 14th of August.
Oh, you mean when Segwit 2x was denied?
No, everything over 14 million.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm thinking of the 7th, I think, or it's somewhere earlier in August. You have to fill me in on that. My memory.
No, I get what you're getting at, Samson. You mean there's only 14 million in circulation? Is that what you're getting at?
There's only going to be 14.
But in reality, it's probably way less than that, and nobody knows the exact number. So yeah, good luck memeing that.
We can debate. But yeah, I think Infinity Day is really about getting people to understand that everything in the world, all the value in the world, is going to be sucked into Bitcoin. Just like Bitcoin is a black hole, and all monetary value, all stocks, bonds, gold, all that value that's stored in other stuff, we'll just call it other stuff, is going to come to Bitcoin. And that's really what this day is all about.
Wonderful, Samson. Max, do you have another take, something to add?
Yeah, the value of money is the inverse of all the prices in the economy that you can buy with that money. So that's why everything divided by 21 million, 21 million divided by everything. We're basically celebrating the hopeful soon advocate of Bitcoin as a unit of account, where we can actually denominate our prices in Bitcoin. And so far, only a few courageous entrepreneurs are doing it, and hopefully they shall be rewarded for that courage adequately. But in the long run, this is definitely going to be something for everyone. If the least volatile and the most globally applicable measurement of productivity and wealth is going to be Bitcoin, and that is something to be delighted about, because having a good measurement for the economic activity is vitally important. So just think of all of the insane amounts of malinvestments caused by meddling with the fiat money system, and all of this being channeled to the areas of life where they're actually most needed, with the people most deserving it, and that's the vision of everything by 21 million, and we're gonna get there sooner or later. So we just have to work to make it a bit sooner.
Wonderful, Max. Hey, Jeff, I feel like we didn't actually get your answer to that question either. What does everything divided by 21 million mean to you?
More than just the economic piece, but the economic piece is like Max and Samson talked about. It. By the way, seems so simple that I have a hard time why it's hard for people. Every economist would tell you prices fall at the marginal cost of production. They know that. They also know we have exponentially increasing productivity, meaning prices should be falling exponentially everywhere. The only thing that could measure that is a system that's stable in number of units. So all it's doing is measuring prices falling as they should, and that transition. That's why when people say you understand Bitcoin at the price you deserve, right? It's that transition. If Bitcoin, and I'll say the only if Bitcoin stays decentralized and secure, then the other things are inevitable. absolutely inevitable. There's nothing that can stop. There's things that can change timing. There's going to be a whole bunch of people getting rug pulled by debt and everything else, but it is absolutely inevitable that it reprices everything if it stays decentralized and secure.
Yeah, and I know Max, you have some. You're not entirely convinced that it's going to stay that way. I saw another pod with you. I think it was with Valis, where like you made the case for Bitcoin might not be might run into problems in the future, but still it's worthwhile to fight for it. Just the notion of us having a chance at creating this thing is worth devoting your life to it for. Can you expand on that?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably the case with anything complex enough. That you look closely at it, you see all the places where it's not perfect and where things could be a lot better. And Bitcoin is very much not an exception to it. And that was the part of the main feedbacks that Bitcoin got in the early days. This doesn't scale. This isn't private. And those aren't empty criticisms. They are spot on. Bitcoin sucks on these aspects very, very, very much. And it's a ridiculous idea to begin with, and to actually attempt to deploy it on a global scale is kind of crazy. But I guess that's why the early adopters of Bitcoin seem to be kind of crazy, because you need that creativity and courage to even give that a shot to see if that's actually something that could potentially work in the future. And once you have these constraints, you can try yourself to still make it work despite all of these constraints. And that is a lot of friction, and that's quite difficult, but it leads to amazing results, like the Lightning Network or like Taproot. These are insanely great engineering achievements that were made precisely because Bitcoin is so shitty when you look closely at it, that we still have to work on it and improve it. Because if we don't improve on it, it has no way of working.
So Max, can I jump in, because I have a very different take there, and I think it's important. And
me too.
I think if Bitcoin didn't change one bit on the protocol layer in layer 1, it didn't change at all from now. It's inevitable that this changes. The world moves to Bitcoin, and things move on second and third layer of Bitcoin. Inevitable, because they'll be solved better. There is no economic reason whatsoever to introduce an oracle problem into the base layer. It should be solved on the layers above that. So there is no economic rationale I can see. But here's the thing with humans. They always want to tinker. And they're terrible at seeing second and third order consequences of their tinkering. The rigidity of Bitcoin base layer is its strength. It forces the things on the second and third layer. And I think the only risk I see, the only one, is because humans are terrible at predicting the second and third order consequences, and they want to tinker. You'll have something come in that could have consensus. So that's and risk the protocol layer, the base layer. But other than that, and that's why I'm so firm in this camp. I'm sorry to cut you off there, because it's us that protect this. That's what's so important.
And I'll jump in quickly.
I would
to say,
agree with
first of all, Samson, you said you had another view? Yes, please.
Well, I agree with Jeff. I think Bitcoin is pretty much perfect, and there will be things that need to be fixed. There will be bugs. Some developers introduce them sometimes, and they need to be fixed later. But in general, I would say the design of Bitcoin is pretty much perfect. If you look at it, you have to constrain the design space some way. If you can modify Bitcoin in every axis, then you get all the shitcoins again, right? So there has to be some constraint on some way to make it work at a planetary level. And I think the design of the scalability of the base layer is that right sweet spot compromise where you have a good amount of throughput for a settlement network, which enables all these other layer 2 and layer 3s, but it's still runnable by the ordinary people. And I agree with Jeff too. The biggest danger is ourselves. If we resist the temptation to tinker, we should be okay. But who knows? 50 years, 100 years later, there might be a group of people with a very strong consensus to tinker again, and they've kind of forgotten the lessons of past. And then
think how many Bitcoin maxis from back way in the early days decided to change to create more power, right? To tinker, and look at what that did, and look at those people that were Bitcoin Jesus, or their ego got to that. They had a huge following, and they thought I can do this, and so that seems to be the only risk of this network.
Yeah.
But it's also like a huge strength, because I mean, Jeff and Samson, the arguments that you're making, if you would have made them 6 years ago, we didn't have SegWit. Second layers, for all intents and purposes, were not really possible without the transaction malleability fix, or at least an order of magnitude more difficult, right? So and same with Taproot. A lot of things are possible now with Taproot that simply are not possible without it. And to arguably, in order to make Lightning actually work, we need something like LN symmetry, which is yet another soft fork that we have to apply to Bitcoin. Yes, these are all tinker ways of trying to change the system, but they're for really, really good reasons, because Bitcoin without SegWit does very much not scale, because most things are not possible.
So when I think about this, and I remember some of this stuff I get to see is early, and whether it's commercially viable or not, we'll see. But I get to see a lot in this space, kind of at and so what I think that if you're seeing the future unfold, if I look at Fedimint as an example, and moving things into another layer, they interact with Lightning, that allow different things to happen at a level above that doesn't hurt the protocol layer, that allows this to scale privately, completely privately, almost infinite scaling ability into something like that sits on top. Those things now, if you didn't understand where that was going, and you thought you had to solve that problem in the base layer, I understand why people could get confused. But at least from my viewpoint, those things don't need to be solved at the base layer at all. There's other applications that are moving so fast that are going to be solved, and they're going to solve them way better than they would be solved at the base layer anyways.
But there are issues that need to be solved on the base layer, right, Max? Like there's a bug, and by the way, welcome Giacomo.
Let Giacomo have this conversation too, because he's really good at this part of this.
Yeah, he's been listening. Have you been listening in, Giacomo?
Yeah, I've been listening, and getting me into this conversation early is a good way for you to avoid my main criticism against this holiday, which is that in terms of Satoshis, the limit is not 21 million, but it's 2.1 quadrillion. So I would like to celebrate on 2 of January, 2.1, but then that would be too close to the 3 of January, which is already the Genesis Day. So, okay, you win this time, and we will celebrate. Okay.
All right.
Let's
I'm
move
looking forward.
But Giacomo, I don't mind if you celebrate on Jan 3rd with us.
Jan already celebrated the Genesis. But anyway, I also know that many people already got the tattoo with 21, so we cannot change that.
No,
it's too complicated.
Sorry guys, I messed it up, and there's no way to hard fork it. The damage is already done. So
back to the debate.
Maybe user activated soft removal of a tattoo is not a thing, and
Well, the good thing is that it's local consensus. Way easier to upgrade your own tattoo. It's a hurt. I mean, it hurts, but you can upgrade it.
I'm going to have the Sats Bits debate with you and Adam back later this fall, I believe.
Yeah,
and looking forward to that a lot. But if you've been eavesdropping on this conversation, I'd love your take on it, because I have like every one of my favorite minds in Bitcoin here, except for a bunch of others.
Very diplomatic. So
Yeah.
I completely agree with Jeff in principle with this, but at the same time, I will be very happy at this point of my understanding of something like covenants to actually have covenants in Bitcoin. But I agree with Jeff. I explain why. When I first started to barely understand Bitcoin in late 2012, I was lucky enough to immediately see the first reactions, the first critics of Bitcoin, like Alfini himself, and the very first responder to the mailing list that were pointing out quite early the scalability limits of the Bitcoin design with global consensus. So like this stuff cannot scale. And Alfini already provided immediately in 2009 the solution to that. It is okay, but if we add a trustless, censorship-resistant settlement layer, then on top of that, even if trusted third party are security holes, we can still scale these trustless layer with everybody else. So in my mind, back in 2012 and 13, it was already like, okay, UTXOs will be owned not by traditional banks because they can just use PayPal. They are already framed in the regulatory framework. But new entities like darknet providers of liquidity will just have, just like the Pirate Bay, just like the Silk Road, these kind of permissionless providers will just have to use one UTXO, and they will share on top of it the accounting of internal shares to infinite amount of users. That will scale. It's not perfect because every time one of these provider will be bust by the government, decide to rug pull, then everybody inside will lose money. So it will be a very painful process. But eventually, trust can still have a role in scaling as long as you have the basement layer. In eGold, you cannot eGold cannot really sustain a government attack because on eGold, the base layer is already very vulnerable if the government comes and just takes the gold. So you cannot do that. With Bitcoin, you can have this trustless layer and trust on top. When Lightning was first proposed, I had like a struck of lightning because I understood that Bitcoin is already possible with that Alfini kind of future, which has a lot of problems, but also a lot of improvement toward the current situation. But on top of that, you can do trustless UTXO sharing among users, which is just two users if you think about the very first implementation of channels, or more users, including 3, 4, 10, 11 users if you go to channel factories, hierarchical channels, or new ARC constructs or stuff like that. Of course, you can do a lot of these things, and on top of UTXO sharing, you also have trustless or semi-trustless routing, which is another layer on top, because now you have local consensus among people, which is trustless, and you can route across this local consensus with different model of trust. So this, I think we already had like a great working solution. And now on top of that, we have UTXO sharing, and on top of that, we have routing, which can reduce the pain of, you still have central entity that can be attacked, like LNP providers, like LSP. You can still have attacks and you can still have failures. But now the pain of the failure of this partial trust is reduced, because if Phoenix, if Async gets attacked or shut down, or they try to rug pull, you don't lose the money on chain. You just lose the possibility to spend, and you have to reopen the channel. So it's still painful, but pain is reduced to a level where it's basically very graceful. So the network can centralize the lot on a few providers, then the external attack or the internal corruption can come and can re-decentralize the network gracefully compared to the initial Alfini idea. So everything we got from the Alfini idea is just like a gift, which I'm very happy to receive. Now I see covenants and stuff like that. Like, let's go back to Segwit. Talking with Tadeusz Dria back in 2016, it was clear to him that he made it very clear that Lightning was possible without Segwit. Transaction malleability could be fixed in other ways, but it would just have been, as Max said, an order of magnitude more complex, which also degrades the user experience and also increase the centralization. So UTXO sharing was possible, but Segwit made it easier, better, faster, less dependent UX-wise on a third party. So now we can have channel factories and hierarchical channels and ARC stuff.
No, we still can't have that, right? Multi-party channels are still not a thing, right?
No, but we can. They can be a thing. They can be it.
Not without not forking Bitcoin, right? We need to change.
No, you can have multi-party channel in Bitcoin. What is the problem? The level of complexity, because every time, so let's say that we have a channel with 3 people, me, you, and Samson. So now, if Samson's try to scam with an old state, which he would obviously try to do, then it's not fair that I take everything for me to punish him. So now we have to fall back on a channel between me and you, Max, which is basically it requires interactivity. So all the 3 of us has to do basically 3 rounds of signature every time. If you blow this up to parties of 10 or 1,000, the level of complexity with requirement of interactivity becomes very, very annoying, which will create reliance of custody. For example, is it possible to receive from Lightning tips when you are offline? Yes, in theory, but it's so complex. Like Roy of Breeze created a prototype 3 years ago to do that, but it's so complex that people right now will just create an Albi account and they will just use Trust because it's easier. So we can do stuff in the hard way if necessary. So I would be more than happy if Covenant will remove the synchronous problem of all this stuff, making more efficient with APO or CTV. So to making easier backups. But yeah, what I disagree with is that we need to fix it, otherwise Bitcoin dies mentality, which is very Roger Ver-like. It creates
Giacomo.
Sorry.
Samson, please go.
I gotta go.
Sorry,
I gotta go because I gotta go. Otherwise, I'm gonna miss my plane. So I just want to comment on all this stuff. I agree with Giacomo. Like everything I've seen recently, it's kind of like Chicken Little, sky is falling. We need to do something because we need this thing. But this thing that they want is never really justified. And just touching back on what Max was saying earlier, like even if we didn't get SegWit, and Giacomo talked about this too, we could still do a lot of scaling. Jeff mentioned Fedimints. You also have Liquid. I don't think that path has been fully explored. If we didn't, like, let's say we didn't get SegWit, even though we could still make some sort of Lightning Network with malleability, but we might have gone down a path to do more with sidechains than just Liquid, and I think there's a few others out there too. But that there would be solutions that would be proposed and implemented to address that need. But the key thing here is that we have to understand that there will be solutions that can work around limitations of Bitcoin, and we don't need to say we have to change Bitcoin for a reason. That's basically the red flag for me when someone says we have to change it for something, because there are a lot of ways to accomplish your goals.
Yeah.
I need to go. So thanks for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Samson.
Thanks very much, Samson. I like my view on this is like that the only real limit to scaling Bitcoin on other layers than layer 1, at least, is our imagination.
Samson, you have our permission to go if you need to go. Just by the way, thank you so much.
Right.
We'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Samson. Bye. And we're running out of time fast here, Luke. I think we're only at the.
We're already at after hours, so thanks to everyone. And Jeff, I think I know you also said you had to be going.
Yeah, I got to run. Thanks, though, guys.
Thanks so much, Jeff.
We'll stay for another couple of minutes with Max and Giacomo because why wouldn't we? And by the way,
Max, how far away from someone?
This is my old friend from my sailing days, and he's been orange pilled properly, and he
by this guy,
and these guys, I hope.
Yeah, definitely.
And he came to Prague. He decided last minute to come down to Prague and hang with us there. So yeah, happy to see more people coming in.
Whose name is?
I see your old friends.
Knut, can you do the introduction all the way?
Yeah, this is Johannes. So what is the other introduction you want me to do, Luke? You do it.
No, I meant
private keys and everything.
I meant can you say his name? That's what I meant.
Johannes. His name is Johannes.
Yeah, but you didn't previously.
I didn't?
No.
All right.
You're already beyond names. The names are so fiat.
Here you go. Yeah, I already ruined this OPSEC. By the way, this is, speaking of OPSEC, This is Christian's actual license plate. Can you believe that? Isn't that wonderful? Yeah, where were we?
Well, Max, I wanted to know, how far away from civilization are you actually? Still close enough to get the internet, but like,
About 2-hour hike.
perfect. Well, thank you for joining us. It does look lovely. It looks a bit windy and cold, but you know, that's Europe these days.
Yeah, but still a blast.
Actually, I shouldn't dox what continent you're on. South America looks lovely right now.
Yes, the bush is indistinguishable wherever you are.
Wonderful. Hey, so like I think we're officially in after hours. So I mean, I think this has been a wonderful time. We're I don't think we're going to quite wrap this up or anything, but I actually am not fully. Did we actually ask you, Giacomo, what does Bitcoin Infinity Day mean to you? I don't think we asked you that question.
Oh, I answered at the very beginning.
Oh,
For
you
me,
did?
it means a defeat, basically cultural defeat, because I wanted really to push the 2.1 quadrillion change, and now
Yes.
Knut made it impossible. So to me, it means a cultural defeat that I will accept humbly.
Yeah. You don't have to do it again, Giacomo. But Knut, okay, what's next, Knut?
We're sort of on the clock here because there's a steak dinner planned here in Stockholm as well. I would love to stay for another hour with you guys, but unfortunately we'll have to wait until Riga, but we'll all meet up there, right? And we'll continue all the conversations there. It feels like this last hour, it just escalated in brain power to some astronomical levels here. And
next time that we discuss this, Knut, let's also bring back your point about time clock overflow or block number overflow and the need to change something, because I think that's very important to address as well. And that's probably some of the limit of my position is also the fact that we cannot really just run core forever. So I'm super interested to discuss it again.
Extremely interesting problem because it needs to be solved somehow, and we don't know if Bitcoin sort of ossifies into this robust thing before that, so it simply cannot be changed. Or
just a small teaser. I think that there is a difference between consensus ossification and actual software ossification. So consensus is something like an abstraction on actual software rules. As you said, so I don't think that our agreement right now really includes a system killing overflow bug. So I think we could fix that without changing the consensus in a way, but that's another discussion.
Yeah, I hope you agree, or at least agree to disagree, Max.
My main point is just that there's so much work to do. That's the thing, that's for sure. How exactly we apply it and what things we have to work on and how exactly, that's a whole different can of worms. But the fact that if we just walk away now, Bitcoin isn't good enough, I think that's very much true. So I think that's a positive outlook. It won't be boring. We'll continue to have lots of parties and lots of calls and lots of conferences to pretend like we're actually working on it.
And we need wizards to make it fun. That's the point, right? So
I think this is the end. I think this was a fantastic. We're at 4 hours and 20 minutes, 21. So I'm not actually making a meme number here, but you know, I know this is fantastic.
I need to get a proper job.
Yeah. Well, Knut, we'll leave that for another time. But hey, first of all, thanks to all of our guests, and I'll give a special thanks as well, Giacomo and Max, for hanging out with us after hours. Much appreciated. And if anyone would like to support the show, the best way you can do that right now, if you're listening and with us on the stream or listening to the replay, please do subscribe to the new YouTube channel. We've just moved to create our own new brand, which we really think is important for us at this stage. You feel free to also send us some sats. Use Fountain to send us value for value. We're on Geyser Fund. We're on Patreon if you want to send us some dirty fiat. All of those things work. We welcome it. It's up to you. So thank you so much. But the conversation continues. This is the Freedom Footprint Show. We're into year 2. So thank you so much for joining us and for all the support. I feel like that's it from me. So Knut, anything else?
There was an important point that there about this show being repeated. So this fantastic 4 hours with all these fantastic people will be available online afterwards as well. And YouTube is probably lying about our viewer numbers because this is like the best show ever. So I don't believe it at all. But we'll probably boost them by uploading this into foreverness on, if not YouTube, then some other, on Noster. So thank you very much, guys, and arrivederci, and see you on the internet and at the conferences. Looking forward.
See you soon.
Thank you.